good evening. Welcome back to ASCI here on VCS English with the second week of the competition. And this second week will already conclude the Asian Star Challengers Invitational with a 4-team best-of-5 double elimination tournament. And we already know which of the 4 regions will win the tournament, but only LCK Challenger teams have made it to the knockout stage. So yeah, we're only playing LCK Challengers playoffs again, but maybe with a different outcome. With me, of course, is Quincy today. And Quincy, do you remember any tournament in League history that was dominated by a region this much?
I think there have been some Worlds tournaments where it was like 3 out of 4 Korean teams in semifinals at least, but I don't think there were like 4 out of 4 from the same region. I think that's something that is yet to be seen. There have been times where I think LPL also had 3 out of 4, and that was with last year's Worlds where T1 ended up winning the whole thing, but 4 out of 4 is definitely something new.
Oh yeah, and we're straight into draft. We have T1 against KDF. To recap a little bit on these two teams, T1 is the number 4 seed out of the LCK Challenger circuit, and KDF is the number 3 seed. They actually avoided each other in their domestic playoffs. They split 1-1 in the regular season, so these two teams are on very equal levels, you would expect, coming into the series. And KDF, of course, qualified relatively early on. T1 had to go through the last chance qualification match, or series of matches. So T1, the last team to qualify into this knockout bracket, and now they have to play the first game again. And Aurora's open, and we straight lock in Aurora blue side pick 1.
Yeah, and I'm very excited to see what the response from Lancer will be, because I have seen like in the previous game that he played that he was also ready to play like the stuff like the Cannon top lane, the Wise top lane and stuff. So he is not the kind of top lane that would just sit back and farm on the melee champion or try to farm or try to stay in XP range anyway against Aurora. So he's definitely ready to pull out the big guns here. Yone might be one of the big guns for sure in general, but it's, aside from T1 main team's top laner, usually a mid lane pick. But it's yet to be seen, of course, in other lanes, and I would not exclude the possibility of it being top lane.
Yeah, it would be a very exciting matchup, because Aurora usually is a top lane champion, of course, in Pro at least. So Aurora against Yone sounds like a spicy lane for game number 1 today. We also have the potential combo of Sejuani Yone, of course, double melee. Could even round the triple melee top side for KDF, something I really like to see. The pairing with Sejuani with a lot of ganking power, a lot of enabling and gap closing from those champions. So a lot of pressure on the squishier targets in the solo lanes, especially if Tristana comes in here. So 2 squishy solo laners for T1 so far, and KDF going with a little bit more of a melee heavy approach. We round this out with probably a bot lane Ziggs, but could also be Flex.
Yeah, I mean, all the 3 champions that T1 has locked in so far could all go mid lane, which is kind of the funny thing. But I would expect the Tristana to go mid lane here. Either than that, I think the other 2 just should be played top lane pretty much. So let's wait and see what they will run it out with. I would like a Renekton instead of Kwangdong Freecs, but that's already banned in advance by T1 in the first rotation of bans, of course. And with the Gnar, they also already revealed their flex opportunities, which means Yone will go in the mid lane for sure.
Yeah, I'm not super happy with the Gnar here. I think Gnar's a little bit of a cop-out here. They didn't quite know how to pressure the draft a little bit more. I would have liked to see maybe a little bit more flexibility with a Yone for later on. Put a little bit of pressure on T1 to put their Aurora into a little bit more trouble, because I don't think Gnar can really hurt Aurora all too much. We have the Viego ban here, so jungle focus for the side of KDF, which makes sense. They already picked their jungler, so they can pinch the jungle pool a little bit more. Of course, if you've only just started watching the ASCI, we are on patch 14.17. I think the only competition on this patch right now, because Worlds is gonna be on 14.18 and all the players were played on 14.16. So slight changes, a little bit different. And I think the jungle position is one of the ones where we see the most changes. It's more tank junglers, not so many AP junglers anymore, so maybe a little bit of what's to come at Worlds. And we see 2 more melee junglers banned here, or 1 more I should say, as Skarner hits the ban list.
Yeah, and I don't really love the Na pick either. I don't hate it either. I just gotta admit though, because it is at least something that is fine laning against Aurora. What I really dislike about it was that they really left the flex so early and could have counterpicked the Ziggs already with maybe something like a Kai'Sa bot lane, for example. But now they got to bait one more ban towards the AD carry position with the Jhin being taken away in the second draft phase, of course, which now leaves open still the Kai'Sa for Bull or something like the Kalista, which he's also very ready to play. And maybe we even see like a Senna lane from the T1 side, which probably you would be very excited to see, as you are a Senna enjoyer from my memory. So the Kalista for Bull is something, I also love to see that one, as Bull has been a very aggressive AD carry player and also played at least some games in the LCK before, and he wasn't quite bad there, so let's wait and see.
And what I really like about these two drafts, especially for game number one, is how different the styles of compositions are. We have very long range, very poke-heavy, squishy champions on T1 side. It's all about positioning in relation to the opponent, trying to gain advantages through their long range. And then on KDF's side, it's a meatball composition, very strong, aggressive, dive composition with a lot of melee champions, with a lot of potential to chain CC, but they don't really have much range. The longest range on this team is probably Kalista auto attack, which is not saying a lot. So yeah, you have to contend with the likes of Ziggs, with the likes of Tristana ultimate. So I'm very excited to see what happens here. I think KDF has picked a little bit more of an, especially for lower level competition, it's a little easier to pull the trigger on this draft, but played to perfection, I would favor T1's composition.
Yeah, I mean, T1 is definitely having a range advantage over here with the Ziggs just basically outranging the whole composition of KDF. Tristana also, the later the game goes, with the draw beat passive will also outrange basically anyone. And yeah, the highest range from KDF, as you said, I would say it's Kalista Q, the Pierce ability, but that's like a thing that you can't really rely on all the time. Aside from that, I mean, Yone is surprisingly ranged for a melee champion, but all in all, I would say that they definitely just need to hit a good go button and then snowball from there. And I'm looking mostly forward to see whether the Kalista lane can pull her ahead, because if she doesn't, I think the pick does fall off a cliff pretty heavily.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if Kalista can really do much in a Ziggs lane. Like, Ziggs usually just sits there, farms from 2 screens away, and doesn't really care what matchup he's playing into. And yeah, they didn't really pick for dive either with the Renata. A little bit more defensive, a little bit more of a, backtracking kind of champion. So yeah, I think KDF might have put themselves into a little bit of a hole in terms of drafts. Yeah, would you agree? Do you think T1 is going to win this game number one, Princey?
Based on draft, I would say yes, but I still give it this one X factor for Bull and his Kalista. Maybe he just does some crazy magic on this, where he can just destroy Smash and Reckless in lane. But I gotta say, they probably can't, right? I mean, T1's draft also looks better to me on paper, and I think the Ziggs is just a good response by the side of Smash. Or I say response, but it was picked before the Kalista even. I just think that the answers KDF pulled up against T1's first 3 picks, they aren't really sufficient to me, so I would also say T1 probably takes game 1 here.
Yeah, what I do think is it's not super easy to play Aurora in this game, especially if you want to play her like you usually use her ultimate, right? Like to isolate a few targets to try and have your team engage on the targets you manage to trap in your ultimate. It's not really what he wants to do with this composition. Actually, thinking about this, Aurora would fit the enemy composition really well because he could trap the targets. But as all of the games in ASCI, we have an early game fight. And there is Sejuani in big trouble. She has to flash away, but she's ignited. There's first blood for Poby. He gets a reset, another kill. This could be a disaster. This already is a great start for T1, and this is 4 kills. 2 of them, 3 of them to their mid laner. Poby with a triple kill on Tristana level 1. And we start with 4 kills to T1.
I think this might hinder the chances of Kwangdong Freecs to snowball this game in the early game and pull out ahead early on the Kalista pick. I mean, what level 1 Fiesta and Reset City coming out for Poby. Some roads lead to him, as the saying goes, and that's definitely a great start for them for sure. Him just being able to on ahead so far here already. He's 3-0-1 in the second minute of the game, already based with just boots and the recurve bow on top of that.
This is horrific for Kwangdong. I don't think I've ever seen someone buy items as quickly as Poby did there. I think he insta-bought his items when he got back into base with a triple kill to his name. And yeah, laning against Tristana level 1 is already annoying enough, but against Tristana with extra movement speed and extra damage and attack speed is just... It's a horror show for Kwangdong.
Yeah, it definitely is. And here we see a little bit of the trading on... Is it really trading if Kwangdong just gets cyber bullied so far? I mean, he dared to step up to the wave and he might just die here. He does.
Well, that looked a little sus, to be honest. Let's not think too much about this. After Kwangdong spammed his emotes and didn't use his flash, I'm a little wary of what his state might be, his state of mind in this early game, but that's a 5-0 now for T1 after 2 minutes. And remember, T1 actually had one of the kill-heaviest games we've ever seen on this channel, which is saying a lot, because we are on VCS English here. We have seen VCS fiestas no one has witnessed before. So I think T1 against... I can't remember what their opponent... I can't remember the opponent team, but it was a 62 kill game last week, so let's see if they can match that score. At the moment, looks like it's only T1 side that can match the kill score, though.
I think they played Max last week. I don't remember which region it really was from, but that was, I think, the name of the team. And considering Kwangdong and Sisione, I think it's almost respectable that he chose not to flash and instead just took the L and died there, because Yone being flashless might have been worse for them if he just doesn't get the mobility going and could just die to ganks over and over again. As here, he might just die again. Nah, make it stop. He left base, so he gets chunked. I mean, that's just the rightful conclusion over there. But one positive thing for Kwangdong Freecs, there were not many, but one is that despite all this level 1 disaster, Bull is still pulling out ahead in the bot lane, as is natural for the Kalista Renata matchup.
Yep, that's true. And you might argue it's better that all the kills are in one place than spread across the map, because at least once Poby is separated from his team, the rest of the team is kind of even, so maybe there's a chance later in the game to have him push a side lane and then collapse on the rest of the team. So that's always a silver lining for the side of KDF. But of course, they have to contend with this mid lane situation somehow, which also opens up the possibility of roaming into the jungle, extending the lead into the jungle position, which is what is happening right now. Guwon is now into KDF's jungle and steals away the first camp. He gets to put down a little bit of vision, and with Poby perma pushing mid lane, it's really hard to get back into a positive map situation now for KDF.
And I'm not sure if he took all the chickens, but he sure as hell took the big chicken there, which is of course the most important one. So the Sejuani is suffering in this matchup already, and it's not even the matchup that's very good for the Sejuani anyway, as Maokai can just really buffer the engage coming out of her and make it very hard for the Sejuani to really find value with the Arctic Assault or any other spells on the side. And yeah, you said the lead is mostly just on Poby, but as Boots just now shows to us, it's not just him, right? I mean, top lane is ahead by like 600 gold, jungle marginal lead, and bot lane of course is a little bit behind, as Smash and Reckless can just farm from the safety of their turret, or at least right now they actually aren't doing that. Right now they are actually pushing up and getting a little bit closer. Being a few CS down against the Kalista lane, as said before, is to be expected. It is like the usual way these things go, and here we see Quantum tanking the wave to delay the arrival of the wave, so Bull can pick up more of those CS and doesn't lose as many.
Yeah, and if we look at the top lane, yeah, she did get the 4th kill, so naturally she's also ahead. I'm not sure, maybe that she even got the first blood, because that gold lead kind of suggests to me that she might have gotten the 400 gold instead of just 300. But yeah, that's really great for Aurora. I haven't actually been able to see too many Aurora games in Pro, because of course she was banned globally in 14-16, so all the players were without Aurora. But from what I've seen, she doesn't really do much in lane. Like, she can be annoying in certain matchups, but she mostly just farms up and then gets to be a menace in team fights, especially with her ultimate setting up the rest of her team. And I talked about her ultimate maybe not fitting the style of team composition for T1 too well, but if you're this far ahead, you can just play more aggressively than you usually should. So now the Aurora actually comes in super handy to set up team fights for T1.
What I have seen from Aurora in pro play was that she was destroying matchups against melee champions, against Ana not so much of course, because he's still like a range champion that can lane against Aurora, so in this matchup it will be fine for him. And she deals a lot of damage in general, but she isn't really the champion that would like one rotation one-shot someone, so it's definitely something that takes some skill to pilot properly. But I think with this competition, even as in between worlds might be like a stylistic misfit for them, it still just deals overall decent AoE damage, and that might just be exactly what T1 needs to like get the first kill in the fight for Poby to get rolling. So I think they should not be very worried about it, especially considering how far ahead they already are.
Yeah, I remember a Kiaya game, I think, where he played the Aurora, and yeah, pretty much after 10 minutes, that nothing happened for 10 minutes, and then he got super strong. So very strong in the first 10 minutes, then kind of a mid-game lull, if you want to call it that, and then later on in team fights strong again. Let's see how a Dal plays it here. Under a little bit of threat, but unfortunately Lancer already used his Mega Gnar form, so I'm not sure if they can really execute. He would have to flash ultimate, which would be very risky. He's still trying to die, but now he's Mini-Gnar again, and he got the tower hit, tower shots. There's Courage coming in, and they actually get a decent amount of damage on 2-1. Dal with a chase, he gets the auto attack, and now Courage in a big trouble. Dal has no mana though. He has a Q back once more, and he has one more auto attack. One more? Yep, there it is. 2 more kills to T1, 7-0 at 8 minutes. That's 2 kills to their top laner.
And that was an over for Style for sure. They had no idea that Gun was also there, and if they did, it would be even worse, because it would just be download insanity when they just go for the 2v2 under the turret. With Gnar and Sejuani, not really the combo where you can really just easily get the kill very quickly here, especially against Aurora with a flash up to their defense. At least the wave was coming in, and they might have tracked that Dal was not really having his E up available. But overall, very risky dive and got rightfully punished with Aurora and her surprisingly strong auto attacks, because she has like a mini Vayne passive going on for her. It's not true damage, it's magic damage, but still definitely hurts, and that was what got them the first out of the 2 kills here. So T1, yeah, just stampeding ahead in this game.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how you think about this kind of situation. It looks horrific when it happens and backfires this much, but I actually don't mind KDF going for this dive. It has maybe not the greatest chance of success, but you're already 5 kills down. So, I mean, trying to go for risky plays, kind of understandable. Where do you come down on this kind of play?
That's actually a good defense for that point, right? I mean, they can't just watch the game happen and just wait for T1 to even pull further ahead and just slowly even outscale them from a position where they are already ahead. So they have to try something, right? And that was something. Didn't work out, pretty sad. And it at least had like the chance to really work out for them. And here we see the 1v1 of the 2 top laners. It's a very huge wave. Wow. But Dal almost lost that, but I mean, considering how far ahead he is, it even being close is almost criminal, right?
Yeah, the thing is, Dal, he used his ultimate there, but had no way of actually using his ultimate, right? Because he only activated the ultimate, which deals a little bit of damage, but you really get to deal a lot of damage if you bounce back and forth inside the circle, right? And he was hesitant to go for that, because once he bounces to the other side, he is 100% committed to the fight, and seeing as there was a huge wave and he's a squishy champion, I think he made the right call to kind of just step away. So that is not the whole power, the full power of Aurora Ultimate. She can actually deal quite a lot of damage, be very slippery. We're going to see this later on in the game, hopefully. But yeah, that was a little bit feeble, especially after already being 3-0. Good defense from Lancer, actually playing the lane very decently in this 1v1 when he's almost 2k gold down.
Yeah, it's also how I would frame it, right? He's down against a champion that's 3-0 in the laning phase and then some, and still manages to get like a good trade in, forces Dal to go back and out of the lane, and just gets like some breather, a little bit of time to just sit back and farm next to him, which is like the best thing he could hope for at this time. And here we see the lane matchups kind of switched around, with Aurora actually facing against the Yone, and that's the matchup that I actually watched Aurora play in Pro before, and that was very one-sided in favor of the Aurora. Like the double Q really hits hard against the Yone, because Yone usually just needs to make use of his slipperiness to really avoid incoming damage, and it's very hard to avoid damage if you play against Aurora, so that's definitely not a lane where Pyongyang wants to stay in long. However, there isn't really any lane where he wants to stay, right? I mean, it's either the 4-0 Tristana, the 3-0 Aurora, or a bot lane.
Oh yeah,
Something that Yone
at
also
this
doesn't like to play
moment,
against.
oh, there is actually a decent attempt from Pyongyang. He has the wave, and he does have the ultimate, and another ultimate from Courage, and they get the shutdown on the Aurora. Very, very nicely done. Kind of baited Dal into fighting him there, and knew he had the backup of Courage coming in. Courage had to flash ultimate him there, and Pyongyang had to flash ult as well, but at least they finally are on the scoreboard with the kill and a few platings probably to his name as well. So a little bit of gold funneled back into Pyongyang. We don't talk about what's happening in the top lane. That's just fat Tristana wailing away at the tower. But at this point,
We have to talk about it, though.
Yeah, we kind of
The
have
thing
to
is-
make do with Tristana just getting advantages, no?
Yeah, the thing though is they killed the Gnar off screen, and they killed him quicker than actually Aurora died. So that's definitely something we have to talk about in some extent, because while Dal died, and he definitely shouldn't be giving away a shutdown so easily, but at least he bought a little bit more time than the Gnar did, and Tristana, she doesn't really need much time to really hit the turret there, so it was still T1 taking up all the platings, taking the first turret, and also the second one, while the bot lane turret can now be defended by them. Still 2 plates left to be taken there by the side of Kwangdong Freecs, but I don't think they will end up taking any of them. And with this, it's 5,000 gold the difference now, coming into this mid game, and a very rough spot for Kwangdong Freecs to be in.
One, a little overextended, will probably get hit by the E. No, Courage actually didn't have his E available, I think, so he couldn't stun Gu1 there. A little unfortunate, might have been able to get another kill, but they also don't really want to get too close to Poby, because Poby, at 13 minutes in the game, just finished his second item. That is a 2-item Tristana, and the lane opponent is sitting on components for his first item, so yeah,
my
no
God.
one wants to deal with Poby right now. That is a terrifying, terrifying prospect.
He is more than a full Navori Flicker Blade ahead of the Yone. That's how insane it is. And yeah, with Flicker Blade now, her cooldowns got removed, which is also funny. Either way, I thought about platings, right? There are still plates left to be taken, but it's for the T1 side. So they're already very high gold lead, will be increased even further. And with Dix Tristana being very fat, they might even just go for the turret before the platings fall. I mean, no, that's kind of an over-exaggeration, right? Because the platings just now fell. But they still will take this turret probably with this next push.
Yeah, and I mean, KDF actually invested a teleport and invested time from Lancer, who could have just used this time to farm 2-3 waves in the top lane, maybe get back into a better position in the game. But T1 is still on the hunt. Oh, Poby actually gets stunned.
Poby.
Double CC. Poby, very low. Poby has to get out. W's away and he stays alive. There's the Aurora ultimate. Dal is kind of no man's land, trying to run away now, and somehow he's making it out. T1, no one is gonna die from this fight, because Pyongyang is gonna be pulled back by his own E. Or will Dal actually be... Yeah, he's getting out. T1 walks away. Not with murder, because no one died on KDF's side, but it's gonna feel horrible for KDF, because they had an opportunity to finally get some shutdowns, especially on Poby, and he walks away on 200 HP.
I'm actually surprised that T1 didn't get a single kill of this, because it was a full blown out 5v5 fight with the team being 5,000 gold ahead in the mid game, and actually nobody from Kwangdong Freecs' side was dying there. I was actually kind of surprised how Poby managed to survive as well, because he was really getting pincered by the Yone ultimate there, and it almost looked like he was piloting a war where he was suddenly ending up on the different side of the fight and still surviving. But at the end of the day, nobody dying on either side. I think T1 could have maybe focused their targets more decisively and ended up getting at least 1 kill. And if they get 1 kill, it might just be more than 1, because Poby then would get a rocket jump reset. But as Poby dropped so low, they probably were just happy just not dropping a single shutdown in this fight.
Oh, for sure. I think they really didn't want to fight there and kind of just realized, yeah, we're overextended. We haven't been to base in a while. Let's not push our luck too much. And I think that's maybe not the choice they would have made if they saw the actual goal totals, but it's a prudent choice. And now T1 back on the map, and they're gonna start with the next objective, which of course is gonna be Rift Herald. Poby also can just push whatever lane he wants. He has to be a little bit more careful now, because his flash is missing. So there might be an attack coming from Pyongyang and Courage in the near future. But he still has his W, he still has insane amounts of damage and sustain, so he can still push down the side lanes and apply some pressure.
Yeah, absolutely can. And as we just now saw, T1 grabbing the Rift Herald uncontested, as we would expect in this game state we currently have. Kwangdong, luckily for him though, gets to create the full inner turret there in the bottom, which is a lot of standing gold for the side of Kwangdong Freecs. I think this is a slight oversight, maybe even by T1, to have nobody defending this one. They have a Ziggs, they have a Tristana. It's very good for them to push offensively, but also to counter any potential push from Kwangdong Freecs. But here they go for more than just the inner turret on their side. They have the Herald charge with the Sledge, and that's almost the inhibitor turret at the 17th minute.
Yeah, the timing was a little off, I think, from Reckless. If he waited a little bit longer for the wave to actually pull onto the inhibitor turret. Oh, no time for that. Poby getting caught there. Quantum with a very good ultimate. Poby, half HP. Poby almost there. Will he die? Yes, big shutdown to the side of Bull, but Pull insta-dies on the other side. Double kill for Reckless. Pangyon in big trouble. He's getting lower and lower, but there's a really, really good Q. He's still alive. Now it's a 2-for-2 in the fight, and Dahl goes down. That's a huge, huge win for KDF. They can kill Reckless, and he just collected 2 kills, so that should be a little bit of extra money for the NAR. Huge win for KDF. They are back in the game, still far behind, but this was a confidence booster.
Absolutely, I mean, just hard engage them. Apparently, it is easy at that, as Poby was falling very quickly in this fight. Smash as well, so the DPS wasn't really coming through from T1 side. I mean, they still had down the Aurora, but also he cannot just make up for the fact that they play into a Kalista constantly hitting him. A Yona also dealing some decent damage in the fight, and that was a corridor where T1 definitely didn't want to get hard engaged on. And with this, Kwangdong Freecs with a small comeback, I dare say, winning this fight. I think 5-3 was the final score of that fight, if we look at this like that. And they also took down this bot lane inner turret before, and as I mentioned, so trading evenly or even ahead of this, when so far behind, is a huge win for them.
Yeah, plus 2 of the kills actually went to Reckless, so you could argue it's even better for the side of KDF, because they collected the kills on mostly on their carries, especially on the top lane. Lancer got the last 2 kills there in the fight, so and a huge shutdown for Bull. I didn't even catch how much gold there was, but he got the kill on Poby, so that's probably 1,000 gold. This means Bull is back into the game, and here is a nice little catch on Pangyon, way too overextended. Didn't even get to press his E, and T1 just back on the map, instantly presses on, gets another tower. It's a lot of pressure, a lot of pushing power on the side of T1 as Dahl used his ultimate, and still dealing so much damage. It's hard to deal with him. Lancer, especially in his mini-Gnar form, can't really do much.
Yeah, gotta say though, a Yona with flash and ultimate available shouldn't die like this in the side lane, I think. Either way, that just happened, and we see Poby collecting his 5th kill of the game, and there was 2 turrets at the following play of that, so despite the small comeback fight for the side of Kwangdong Freecs, still losing a lot here, as the Ocean Drake is also falling down. And Baron, of course, yet to be spawned, and the game is still so early, but we are already on 18 kills in this game. Gotta say though, the open inhibitor might also be something that T1 targets later on with the Tristana, especially to just really get this very early super minion pressure on the other side of the map where the Baron would spawn, which would be very hindering of Kwangdong Freecs to make any sort of play around the Baron area.
Yeah, and their composition is almost tailor-made to attack these 2 inhibitors at the same time. They could put the Ziggs into the top lane to execute the top lane tower that's already very low, and in the meantime have Poby push the bot lane to pressure the inhibitor. No one can stand up to him in a 1v1, so the enemy team is gonna have to split their attention, which probably leads to the top lane inhibitor turret at least falling, so you can slowly but surely advance and take down all the towers and even pressure the inhibitors. At the moment they have the opposite idea, having Poby on the top side around Baron, and here we have another engage. That's good one, very low, he's almost dead, and there's Bull, but he overextended very far forward. Poby with a good flash, he gets,
Winner bailout?
Bailout, and Poby is down. KDF actually in a decent spot. There's Lancer. He's now the ADC. He's auto-attacking like crazy, and here comes Dahl on the other side trying to deal all the damage of the top lane carry, and he's actually in a decent spot, but he has used his ultimate, can't really do too much. Oh, the Q misses. Now Lancer trying to get back on top of him. He's still the AD carry in this fight. He hops on top, but doesn't have the damage to kill Dahl.
Gotta say though, still a valiant attempt by the set of Kwangdong Freecs, but they just got an even fight when still being so far down. But the 3-for-3 at the end of the day, they actually sacrificed Poby, but he was buying so much time while attacking because he had the Renata bailout on him, so he could kill Poby and then still survive in this bailout state for a little bit longer to deal a lot of damage onto Smash, who also fell in this fight and still is yet to grab one of the kills in this game. Is so sad to see, right? His own support, Reckless on the well has 2 of them. His jungler Maokai got a kill, and all the other kills fell on both solo lanes of T1's side. So Smash is kind of sitting on not so much gold. And this fight, where they tried to catch Poby initially, and the fight actually being started by T1, ended up kind of okay for the set of Kwangdong Freecs.
Yeah, and I think this actually comes back to the draft, and T1 is actually suffering from success a little bit here, because they got so far ahead that they think they can just force any fight they can see, which is kind of true, but also their composition really is not the one that should be engaging, right? We have all these ranged champions, we have poke, we have zone control, and they should be playing with those tools instead of just blindly or mindlessly engaging, especially Guwon, I think has been too aggressive with his engages trying to go in, when he should be the one to defend against the Kalista, against Punyon on the Yone, against the Na from the other side. If they think about their composition a little bit more and think back to their draft without taking into consideration that their solo lanes are super far ahead, I think they would realize it's probably better for us to use our range advantage. But here we have another catch on Dahl. Dahl very low, but he gets over the top of the wall. And now Lancer, no, Pangyon actually has to teleport over. He wanted to push down the inhibitor. He got the tower, so I think T1 is maybe a little bit scatterbrained right now, because the bot lane, Poby could have just defended that one. They're very focused on the top side of the map, and they lose the bot side inhibitor tower.
Definitely sloppy by the side of T1 Academy to just drop this one inhibitor turret when being so far. This shouldn't really happen, but the engage is happening though. They just instantly go in and absolutely explode Pangyon there before he can even press buttons. That's the first kill for Smash in this game, and a very important pick that might lead to a Baron. I mean, Freecs is still available. He doesn't have flash, but he can still just dash over to Sejuani. There's no blast on the other side, but it's definitely T1 at least, yeah, beating around the bush, just starting this fight at least. It doesn't look like Kwangdong Freecs wants to contest it at all. Like, Bull is pushing mid lane, and Courage is in the enemy Raptors.
I think they can't really contest. Like, the chance of stealing the Baron the chances aren't great, because they know there are gonna be people guarding the entrances anyway, and then if you ever get close to the Baron, you probably have to invest 2-3 people and they're all gonna die, so probably a good call for KDF, a little bit defensive there, but they couldn't really do much against the Baron. And now T1 finally get back into a comfortable position. They're still far ahead in gold, almost 7k gold, and they got the Baron now. The split push should be on. Oh, but Smash didn't see this coming. Very nice little trap from KDF, and they execute the Ziggs in the bot lane. At the same time though, what is Quantum doing over here?
Such a good trap, but it doesn't really get rewarded, as here's maybe another pick with the enemy mid lane also falling down to the explosive charge, or Dahl actually finishing up the kill, which is a 2-for-1 for T1, and they have Baron, they have Tristana and Dick, they are decently far ahead. Of course, Ziggs still being down, but this is a Tristana with Baron buff just pushing down on this turret. They also have Void Grub buff, which I just now realized. This is a very insane push with 2 members falling down. They might just go for a lot here. I mean, they might just try to end, but they probably just go for 2
inhibitors is probably the call here, because the third inhibitor is already exposed, so they can just easily transition down to the bot inhibitor. It's maybe a little risky, because Quantum has respawned already, but 13 seconds still on the mid lane, a 5v4 on the map. Third inhibitor is gonna fall. KDF had such a good plan to counter the Baron, and then they get sloppy on the other side of the map. Lose 2 members, and this really opens up everything. 25 minutes in, T1 has gotten all 3 inhibitors, and KDF are on their last leg in game number 1.
I mean, to be fair, it was just one pick on Smash. It probably wouldn't change the grand scheme of things a lot. This fight might actually, with the Nature's Grass coming out and a lot of damage onto the Kalista. Bull falls down immediately. Renata also gets cleaned up in the fight, and now Poby just needs to hit things as he is getting the engage onto the face of Yone. There's a double kill for Poby coming out, and now no answer left for the side of Kwangdong Freecs. Yeah, Lancer tries, but what can he really do there? He doesn't win an auto-attack battle as Minina versus Tristana, and Courage, with the explosive charge on his back, cannot even recall over there. So probably just falling into his depth, or not so much as Reckless just shades him down. Reckless has 0 damage, but what deals damage is the Nexus here, which does now fall, and T1 picks up the first game.
dominant performance from start to finish for T1. They had 1 or 2 hiccups in the team fights, but in the end, the 5-0 at 2 minutes was too much to overcome for KDF. Luckily for them, it's a best of 5, and it's also fearless draft. So this means they can't go back to any of these champions, T1 that is. So a huge reset, maybe even more so than not a traditional league. So T1 has to come up with different plans, but game number 1 worked to a T, even better than anyone could have planned for. 3 kills for Poby, he ends the game with 8 or 9 kills. I couldn't quite catch how many he actually had in the end. But dominant performance from the number 4 seed against KDF. Yeah, and we're going to the short little break. Apologies.
Okay, then let me say something about this. Yeah, we just gotta say one thing more. Poby, the killable Demon King, with a brilliant performance in this game, and I just want to say T1 didn't look too clean for having that much of a head start early game. But I'm kind of also worried for them, despite finishing this game in somewhat short time, I would say.
Well, let's go to break now. And we'll be back with game number 2 in just a short while.
twist of the knife, a turn of the screws, it's all in your mind, and it's fighting you on yourself. The storm is coming. Wow, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming, stop now. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing God now. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly.
Welcome back to game number 2. We have T1 Esports Academy, that's the correct name, against KDF Challengers. Game number 1 went T1's way, and with how crazy this series is going to become soon, because we're going to reveal some interesting stuff, I am very excited for the next few games. Crincy, how do you feel after game number 1? Our first game of casting 2 Korean Challenger teams?
It's my first time casting this kind of competition ever, so I'm definitely very excited to see some new stuff, of course. And also, the point I ended on before the break, right, with T1 Esports Academy having a very dominant start and then kind of dropping the ball to some extent and then still finishing quite quickly. I'm also kind of worried for them because, I mean, they definitely have to show different picks again and again as we will approach a version of Fearless Draft that we will find out the details of later on, I guess. And yeah, it's definitely something that can also, of course, hurt Kwangdong Freecs challengers, as Bull just now lost on Kalista, and I think that's very huge because that was maybe like his trump card basically to really perform and just 1v9 or 2v8 out of the bot lane together with Quantum, and that card has already been played now and not to success, I dare say.
Yeah, so let's talk about the very interesting rule we have here for this competition, which is Fearless Draft, okay? Fearless Draft is something people know about, but there are very different versions around, and LPL played the first round of their whatever stage the summer season was, the very first stage of the summer season, let's call it that, with Fearless, but with the version of Fearless that included the winning team having their champs banned if they won, but the losing team not having their champs banned if they lost. So it's a slightly toned down version of Fearless, but we are actually, if my information is correct, we are still to be confirmed, so don't take it with 100% certainty, but from what I've heard and what I've been told, the version of Fearless we're going to have here is actually the full version of Fearless. So any champion that was picked in any of the games is banned for the rest of the series, maybe apart from Game 5, to be confirmed. So this means with every single game, 10 champions, or 10 more champions, hit the ban list. So all the champions we saw in game number 1 are gone now. So, Crincy, I think that is very exciting. We're going to see some wacky champions hit the rift today.
Yeah, I mean, this is a chance to maybe see Elise again, maybe see Yorick again, as we discussed in the green room earlier. So I'm very happy to see some more unique picks, as this is definitely the plus side of Fearless. Whether it's just a thing that gives the biggest competitive integrity or not is something that can be discussed later on, as we, of course, are just very happy to just see some new spice in the competitive scene, so to say. So definitely looking forward for that one. And also how the teams just adapted it and who really has the bigger champion pool, as we currently see the first few bans already, and this to me looks like just classic bans, right? I mean, Smolder being taken out, Cassandra being taken out, also the Senna ban against Smash and Reckless respectively is something that's no surprise to us. And yeah, we will see also a switch of the sides as Kwangdong Freecs Challengers now goes over to the blue side and T1 has to play from red side.
Okay, yeah, my stream was lagging behind. I'm not sure why. Probably just a small little internet problem. But yeah, so bans are still allowed, which is actually a little crazy, I think, because the number 1 meta picks kind of get banned over the course of the series even more. And if anyone is ever going to leave them open, they're going to be insta-picked because, of course, their priority increases even more if you have more and more champions that are usually meta champions banned. So, this is going to be an interesting experience for everyone involved. KDF, of course, on the blue side now, and unfortunately, I once again can't really see what's happening, so Crincy, take it away.
I can't see it either.
Okay.
Might be a Germany issue if it's just happening to both of us.
Very likely, it could be. German internet is never to be trusted.
Either way, I mean, if we just go a bit behind that, we can just see it in the Twitch feed. Either way, we just now see it's actually Lilia being locked in by the side of T1 and Renekton coming out, as that was a pick that has been banned on their own side in the first rotation bans in game 1 on blue side even. So looks like T1 Academy very highly values this Renekton pick, and it's potentially a flex, right? Could go towards the mid lane, but I think against a Corki you probably would not want to have that one, so this is very likely just Dull piloting the Crocodile.
And I think KDF actually getting very high priority champions still. After game number 1, we already saw the Skarner ban, we saw the Jhin ban. Corki, of course, is high priority, as we all know. So this first blue side draft here from KDF doesn't actually look like a fearless draft at all. It looks like high priority champions. So KDF in game number 2 securing themselves a very strong meta composition so far. Jhin now off the list for the rest of the games, so Corki as well, so that's a huge advantage for KDF. But now there's also a lot of pressure on this draft, because they kind of have to win with these champions now, because they're probably never gonna get these strong champions again, or in comparison to the meta, right? Because these are still very high priority champions, and we are going to get rid of those very quickly in the series. So a lot of pressure now on KDF to perform on blue side with the very strong champions.
But Yul, wait, did you just call Jhin good?
Unfortunately, I have to. It's the reality. I mean, he's not an ADC, but he's a good champion right now.
And now I'm worried for you personally, because it sounds like you're dying or something. If it goes so far that you call Jhin a good pick in competitive League of Legends play, that's definitely a new reveal to me, I just gotta say. But aside from that, Skarner now being locked in, as you also mentioned, QH locking this one in for the jungle. I would say we have seen some Skarner top lane, but that is something that's getting rarer and rarer with the changes that happened to Skarner recently. So I wouldn't be too sold on that one. As I say that though, I remember Licorice and Dignitas played against Renekton as a counter pick very recently. They did lose that game, but I wouldn't say they really lost it because of the Skarner Renekton matchup. That was something that was actually kind of hard for Renekton, as he really struggles to bite his teeth onto the armory Scorpion over there. So that could still be a top lane Skarner.
I actually think top lane Skarner would really help them out, because right now they are running into a little bit of trouble here. Ziggs is not available, and they don't really have any AP damage right now, so an AP jungler could help them. A Brand, for example, could come in here for KDF to kind of salvage their damage profile, because of course Corki, yeah, his abilities still deal AP damage, magic damage, but he's mostly an AD champion right now, so yeah, they are struggling a bit with their damage profiles right now, so I would actually love to see the Skarner being flexed into the top lane, and maybe a Brand coming in here. Maybe the Shyvana, they already hovered the Shyvana, so that's another possibility. Let's see what they are going to do. Okay. Rakan into Leona Aphelios. Sounds very risky to me, but okay, here we go.
Rakan is the kind of supporter that you can basically play into anything, right? He just has such high skill expression that he just kind of gets away with a lot of things that other supports don't. Also noted, Jhin Rakan is a very disgusting level 1, so it's definitely something to watch out for, as they just hard lost a level 1 situation very, very hard. The gangplank is something where I'm kind of torn on, because on one side you have basically like no magic damage aside from the cannon barrage, but on the other end you have a very good amount of true damage with Corki and gangplank respectively, and gangplank is a surprisingly good matchup against the Renekton. As long as he survives the first few levels, he just doesn't die to Renekton, as he can just cleanse the stun, eats an orange in this K. And on that front, I think not having magic damage is kind of fine for them, as T1 Academy locks around the Syndra pick, which kind of fulfills the profile of having a good physical magic damage split kind of well, right? They have a lot of physical damage with Aphelios Renekton, and also the double magic damage mid-jungle duo, which could of course bite them in the back to some extent, but against a Corki, you probably do not need to worry about a Corki stacking resistances or anything like this, so it's probably fine.
I think they watch too much of the Worlds stream that always goes on before Worlds, because this composition looks like 2020 Damwon. Like, look at this. It's Lilia, it's Aphelios, we have Syndra in the mid lane, Renekton in the top lane. This is some 2020 meta coming in. Unfortunately, Lilia right now is way less fun than she was in 2020, but still a great champion and an interesting draft. I feel like KDF really needs to win this game, because in my opinion, they've come away with a way more meta draft, way higher just priority level on champions. So if they lose this game, it's going to be really rough to come back into the series after already losing game number 1 in a matter of 3-4 minutes. So I want to see them try to be a little bit calmer in the early game, try to play the game out a little bit more on an even footing, and don't let T1 run away with this game as well.
Yeah, I mean, definitely needs to fix the early game overall, but the draft is something that's already something that looks better to us than in the first game, where we were very sold on the fact that they can just get heavily outranged by the enemy composition. This time it's a little bit more in the mix, as they definitely got a lot of better champions, as we said, right? And also a very good counter matchup in the top lane. Like Gangplank isn't really a meta champion, I would say, but he's definitely something that you can just play as long as you know what the opposition will really bring to the table. And here the Renekton was a very early pick. What I don't like quite as much is like having Skarner against the Lilia, because Lilia very much enjoys to play against these tanky champions that can't really kill her in a rotation or two. So Lilia will definitely have a lot of wiggle room in this game to really make her own kind of plays. And the Skarner, yeah, I mean, his ultimate just needs to sting, it just needs to land and finish off the Aphelios in the best case scenario for the side of Kwangdong Freecs. So Kwangdong Freecs definitely has options this game to really pull out ahead in this game, and they probably need to, as if they lose this one, they would be on the back foot and already in need of a reverse sweep to not get eliminated from the tournament.
And actually, the more I look at KDF's composition, the less I like the Skarner pick. Because, once again, I feel like it doesn't really fit any of the other champions. Maybe Rakan, okay, but Rakan kind of fits everything, to be honest, so it doesn't really count. But if you think about the other champions, Gangplank, he likes to sit back, he likes to wait for his opportunity, he likes to play from range. Then we have Corki, same exact thing, especially the range part. Jhin even more so, just backline AD carry with a lot of CC and damage from long range, doesn't really want to get close. So what does Skarner really provide here? He's the only one who goes in, so if he's not ahead and not very tanky, he can die very quickly against this composition on the other side, and they have so much targeted CC to stop the Skarner from ever getting close to their carries. Think about Poby's E, think about Reckless's 3-4 forms of CC to stop the Skarner getting close to Smash, and even Smash himself can kind of defend himself with the purple gun. So yeah, I'm really not in love with the Skarner. Let's see what Courage can show us.
Yeah, I would have preferred the Skarner to be top in that instance, right? I mean, the Gangplank is a nice answer, but I mean, there were still options, you mentioned them, right? Picking the brand, picking a Shyvana. I think also something like a Talia could have worked in this composition, but that's kind of derailing from what we already see here in this draft. I mean, Skarner just works if Skarner is broken on the patch, or if it's just a very outstanding performance on the side of Courage. It's not unplayable, I would say, but it's definitely not something that inherently synergizes with the composition that they drafted, as you said. And now we see whether Kwangdong Freecs can make use of their composition. Of course, you see Lancer winning the level 1, where Gangplank is surprisingly strong for a scaling champion. He's virtually a range champion with a parley coming out, so definitely fine for now. And in the bot lane, you would expect like Jhin Rakan to win the level 1, or the race to level 2, I would say.
Yeah, and the really annoying thing about playing against Gangplank, I think all of us know that, is you have to keep track of so many different things, right? When he doesn't hit you with his Q, he's farming with his Q, and if you ever step up into his freaking barrels, then you get slowed, you get true damaged, and you can die very quickly. So the champion kind of looks like it should be easy to fight against in the early game, but then it has so many tools, so many annoying little things that go his way. The only thing he doesn't really have early on, as you can see, is great wave clear, because the barrels just don't deal enough damage, and they're pretty easy to prevent, especially for something with as much presence as a Renekton early on. So Dal, with the early lane control, even though he's bleeding a little bit of damage here and there from the Qs from Lancer, but at least he can control the wave and force the Gangplank to just focus on CSing.
Yeah, I think he definitely can, and also Lancer playing a bit for backer, because while he has basically Summoner Spell Cleanse on a basic ability, he still has no real mobility aside from his flash button, which is something that has a very high cooldown, so he doesn't really like to get ganked in the early game, especially against Renekton, who can really set up ganks very well together with the enemy jungler. I wouldn't really say Lilia is a good pre-6 ganker, she really isn't. She definitely just wants to farm up a Storm in the early game and hit level 6 as quickly as possible. And I say that though, she can at least like try to go for a bowling ball in the early game, as she just did, but here we see the effect of it, which is basically nothing.
Yeah, she can follow up on setup from her lanes pretty well, especially with red buff, in my opinion. But oh, we have another attempt, and this time this is much more menacing, because that's actually the jungler coming in with the CC. One of the weirdest abilities in the game. I really hate it. It's the Skarner thingy going through the walls. But in the meantime, Dal is actually getting on top of Lancer. Lancer low on HP. He has to be careful, but he's fighting back, and he thinks he has an opportunity. He can flash Q. Yep, there it is. There's the kill for Lancer. This champion is just crazy. The amount of damage he dealt there with a true damage passive, completely turning around the fight. That's a huge win for the side of KDF.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you mentioned it, but you need to keep track of a lot of things against Gangplank, and that was, yeah, passive hit with Trial by Fire, then the Powder Keg coming in for a lot of decent damage, the Heavy Slow coming in, then another resetted passive proc from Trial by Fire, and then just one more parley to finish him off. He flashed out in advance because he knew it was coming, but Lancer just flashed on top of him to just really finish him off with the parley. So that's the first blood solo kill against the Renekton from the Gangplank, and this matchup is not going to get easier for you, I dare say.
Do we want to risk a replay? Probably not, but I would really like to see his mana total there as he had the last Q to execute the Renekton, because he was like the second before, so he must have been very close to actually getting to the mana required to fire his Q there. Yeah, unfortunately we can't really do replays because it's too much to do at the same time, so apologies for that, but the Gangplank definitely with a huge advantage in the lane now, and he can just chill, he can just farm up his stacks, and the Renekton is never gonna really do anything against him again.
Away for now, he definitely won't. The thing with Parley is it isn't really that much of a high mana cost, but I think it's 40 mana in the early game or something, so definitely something that seems expandable for Lancer. And yeah, we can't replace on a single observer, so that's something that's technically possible, but not something that I would advise to just really run, as you might just miss kills in the live game, which would definitely hurt the viewing experience. Yes, Dahl might find another opening if he just gets a little bit more of an AD. Power spike, and also with just gank assistance is also way easier. Here's the Dominus coming out and then trying to get on top of Lancer, kind of there. But they are both, and maybe he will die, but there will be some reinforcement. But this is Skarner going into a 1v2. Can he really
he gets a kill
here? He gets one kill, gets out. Yeah, 1 for 1 at the end of the day.
They do get the prize of the Grubs, which is gonna turn around the overall outcome of the fight. I feel like we're still positive for T1, especially after being in such a bad spot in the top lane. They baited Lancer with his jungler coming into fighting back. I feel like he had a chance to get out of there. If he ulted on top of himself and slowed down both of his enemies, I think he could have potentially walked out, because Lilia didn't have the ultimate available there. Reckless is the tanky Leona, but that is still a Jhin with a 4th shot available. Hits Smash instead, so now KDF with a very good position in the bot lane. They have good wave clear, of course, with Jhin traps, so this should be maybe one plating, but at least a very positive reset for the side of KDF's bot lane.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, they force out the flash from Reckless in the 2v2 as well. Of course, while she has Hex Flash, that's still something that she wanted to have, as the Hex Flash cannot really be used defensively as well. There are some instances where you can really do it, but usually it's just an offensive flash replacement that's kind of having half of its value. As here we see, as you mentioned before, them getting, I think, 1 turret plating out of the bot lane, and now Bull just keeps pushing. It's also a CS gap being there that is yet to be closed by the side of Smash. The wave pushes into him, so he will at least get some minions, but he won't get all 20 that he is behind currently out of those. So definitely the bot lane of T1 is hurting this one, and the bot lane of T1 is the strong point of the map for them usually. So definitely something that they need to adapt to. As we also just saw that top lane is also losing, so not a good outlook for T1 Academy in this second game for now.
Yeah, KDF definitely happy with their start. They are up in kills for the first time ever in the series. Okay, after the first blood they were. But yeah, the first game definitely went away from them way too quickly, and they recovered well. So yeah, speaks to their mental, speaks to their ability to reset. And I feel like, this could be dangerous. I think Lance is fine though. Yeah, looks like he's fine. But yeah, this the kind of game that game 1 was, where everything goes south so quickly, like literally in the first engagement of the game. I feel like it's a little bit easier to come back from, because you can just tell yourself, well, this is never gonna happen again. This is not an actual game. But here we have, well, yeah, here's Cleanse. He's fine. They're trying to fight back, but yeah, there's nothing really gonna happen, because Jhin, well, he deals a lot of damage, but he is not the most exciting of champions once he is a little bit on the back foot, so yeah, he's just gonna farm up. Reckless doesn't have his ultimate now, so maybe there's gonna be an opportunity, especially if Courage finds his way down to the bot lane, but at the moment the Skarner is sitting in his top quadrant and trying to farm up some jungle camps, so nothing really gonna come in the bot lane soon.
Yeah, I would say it's actually a negative trait for the side of T1 Academy as they expanded the Ignite and the Ultimate just for the cleanse and a little bit of HP from Bull. And if they aren't really punishing this HP window for the side of Bull, it isn't really amounting to anything for them. As you said before, that Courage might just come down to the bot lane, and with Solar Flare being down, the T1 bot lane is an easy target for them potentially, as Practice, yeah, out of both of his summoner spells. Smash on the other hand still has barrier, still has flash, and he's also on red white. Red white don't fight is what we usually say if we play against Aphelios. So Kwangdong Freecs definitely should be careful, especially in the 2v2 with a Jhin, where they can't really guarantee the quick shutdown of the Aphelios as easily.
Lilia showed herself. Okay.
Yeah, she's revealed. At least she knows he's there with the sweeper and spots out the ward and the Jhin trap, but she isn't clearing away the Jhin trap. Dahl, however, despite losing this matchup in the early game so hard, now it's at a point where he actually can fight back against the Gangplank quite well. So maybe if he finishes his first item a bit quicker, there might be a way for him to actually win out again in this 1v1.
Yeah, I think he's playing the lane really nicely, just perma-pressuring the minions, so Gangplank has to spend resources to clear the wave, which means he can't spend the resources to kill him. And this constantly forces mana out of the Gangplank, which means Dahl, in the long run, is gonna win, because he's a no-mana champion, so this is exactly how he's gonna play this lane. It doesn't really help much, and here's Courage, though in the long run, I wanted to say, but Courage has the ultimate on Gang, on the Renekton if he wants to, still has the ultimate available. Oh, but now he's out of range.
Yeah, needed to flash, but he got out. I mean, Domino's there for the huge HP bar for him. One more colony to really get the stain off, and Slice dies out of there. Needed to flash because Skarner's just such a sticky of a champion here. See, we see in the bot lane. They use Cannibal Rush to kill the wave and a Curtain Call to maybe try to hit Smash, but they can't really get him out as Reckless was body blocking the shots. On top side, there's still Void Drop pressure by the side of KDF, but he wanted something to say against that.
Now they got on Lilia, and Lilia is dead. That was a really nice counter kill there onto the Lilia. Courage thought he was in trouble, and instead he just turned on the Lilia. Now Poby chased down. He doesn't have the auto attacks like the Corki, and that's another kill for Pumion. 2 kills to the Corki. On the top side, we have Lance against Dahl. Dahl doesn't have his ultimate, doesn't have his flash, but Lance are also not quite strong enough to chase him down. So in the end, it's a 2 for 1. Bull died in the bot lane, though. What happened there?
Reckless killed him off screen, so it must just be him finding another Zenith Blade and just managing to kill Bull together with Smash, I would assume, because Leona on her own doesn't deal like 400 damage that quickly in the early game especially, so I think it was just Reckless kind of kill stealing it away from Smash, or maybe he just had to. I mean, we just assumed the best out of it when we didn't see the play, right? So it's just T1 get an 2v2 kill. So
yeah,
overall
kind
2
of
for 2,
even exchange across the map, I'd say. It's a 2 for 2 across the map, but KDF spot laner is gonna be a little bit angry with himself because he really shouldn't have stayed for that long. He was on 200 HP even before he cast his own ultimate, so probably should have just taken the reset instead. Courage. Oh, Poby in trouble. There's no ultimate on the Skarner, but still very low. Poby doesn't have a flash. Another kill over to Pyongyang. And that is a strong Corki on the side of KDF. They have a lot of hope in this game.
Oh, absolutely. 3-0 on him now. I didn't see the Syndra stack, so can't really compare that to him exactly. But this is also scary because Pyongyang hasn't really started to be a champion yet. He is on the tier still. He's not finished his Triforce, so the point where he is really starting to get strong is not happening as of now, and he will get even stronger in the later stages of the game. So it will definitely be a scary prospect. Also, scary from the last exchange was the following. While it was a 2 for 2 trade on the whole map, Kwangdong Freecs got most of the Void Drops. They got 5 out of 6. T1 did a single one got kind of spilled over or something. And this also means that they will get the Void Might buff as soon as they start to hit turrets. And they definitely can hit turrets pretty well with Gangplank and Corki, the 2 Triforce champions in the side lanes later on. And it looks like they will get all 6 Void Drops even.
That's a pretty big investment for the late game. The 6 Void Grubs can really turn the games around, especially even if you fall behind. If you get one little bit of an advantage and get to hit the towers, suddenly the 6 Void Grubs can really pay dividends. So definitely something to keep in mind. We have 2 Trinity forces ready, so right now KDF, even though they are maybe the scaling side in this game, they are on a pretty strong item power spike right now. So this is their map to take, and especially with T1 not quite on their items yet, I think this is a risky fight to go for if you're T1.
Yeah, looks to be very risky, as they don't really have the vision about the Herald area, and they already are in the position where they are kind of behind. And now a beautiful setup for the curtain call by the side of Bull. Can he really finish a kill? He can't, as he just chunks Reckless a little bit.
One scared
could go for the steal.
What are they doing? There's Lilia, she just overstepped. That is a completely avoidable kill. That, I mean, you have to call that out. That was just foolish from the T1 side, and especially Guwon. He just danced around, got hit by the skill shot, and yeah, just died instantly. Good punish from KDF. They are in firm control of the game. They secure yet another objective, which is gonna open up another tower with the Void Mites from the 6 grubs as well. So yeah, KDF in a very strong position to equalize the series.
Yeah, I really hated to see that, right? It was like the half contest, but they just go close to the
worst of
objective,
all
then
worlds.
they can't really contest it, but they still kind of want to fight it in case the enemy makes something stupid and expose them to the Herald, maybe bluntly to the smite of Guwon. He could maybe steal it, but he just walked close to the sun and just gets strung down, right? He could maybe flash the deadly flourish for the side of Bull to really just get out, but he also wasn't mechanically ready to do that, and now it's, yeah, as you said, the worst of both worlds. They gave away the Herald and another kill to the side of Courage and Tiscana. We kind of criticized the Skarner pick in draft as it was not really synergizing well with the composition from Kwangdong Freecs challengers. But what I mentioned was the following, that if he just had a pop-off game and Skarner looks incredibly broken, he might just get away with it. And currently, it just looks like that exactly will happen.
Yeah, and also, as long as he doesn't overextend in the team fights, he's still a very strong tank, right? So, even if he doesn't really get to play the Skarner fantasy of the 5-man ultimate, he can also just stand in front of his carries and provide a big front line and be annoying to anyone who's trying to dive past, right? So, he doesn't really have to be the star Skarner. He can also just be normal tank Skarner, and that's good enough, especially after securing this kind of advantage. Now they have the Herald to pop the tower and then go into the dragon, so this is very standard play. Lancer, in the meantime though, is chasing the Lilia. This is a very strong state for the Gangplank right now. He's accelerated in this game, and that's always a bad sign.
Absolutely, we see the incredible Herald push. Curtain Call also coming out, and T1 Academy has to run for the hills. The Poe is not really even letting that matter. But this shot is beautiful, as the Skarner ultimate just synergizes with the last shot of the Jhin. Smash also almost falling, but it's 2 kills already for the side of Kwangdong Freecs in a sequence of play where T1 was just retreating all the time, and they still couldn't all get out. Now Kwangdong Freecs in the mid game, 5,000 gold ahead at 17 minutes. The power spikes are coming out for the Corki, for the Gangplank, and this Skarner looks unkillable.
And I have to say, I'm very impressed. Another kill randomly to Bo. I think Smash has had a little bit of a weird game, but his first death, so not too much to say there. But I have to say I'm very impressed with KDF. Not only have they recovered beautifully from game number 1, the way they're playing this game out is pretty high level in my opinion, especially considering these are challenger level teams, and this is not even the best challenger team from Korea. They have been very impressive when it comes to just grouping at the correct time, going for objectives, and just stringing together very good approaches to the dragon entrance and so on. So I feel like KDF, to me, in my mind right now, after watching these 2 games, are maybe the favorites now.
Yeah, looks to me, right? Because T1 looked a lot less decisive in their win than Kwangdong Freecs looks right now in their supposed win, I dare say, because the game isn't over. I mean, it's only over when the next explodes, but just gotta call it out as it is, right? The game looks pretty one-sided right now. 6,000 gold is the difference. The objective bounties are already spawning on T1 side, and it doesn't look like they can really do much in this game to really come back to it. I mean, what would really need to happen for them to come back, right? They probably just need to get a decent pick with Sundo or Failures or something. It's maybe the best bet, or like the 5-man solar flare by Kwangdong Freecs, or as you just now hinted at, right? Mistakes by Kwangdong Freecs challengers. That's really what T1 needs to hope for.
I mean, if you look at the game state, we're 19 minutes in, and the enemy team has 2 non-stacked tier items, but they're already 6k gold ahead. That is not a good sign, ever. Lancer in trouble. He's probably going to go down to this gank, but I'm not sure if it's going to matter in the grand scheme of things. Nicely chained. Lancer, almost got away there, but in the end, the kill goes over to Gu1. Dal is going to pay the price, though, and it even goes back to Lancer now. The attack from the Jhin. This is why he's such a good champion, can follow up on any composition right now. In the end, it's just a 1-for-1, and T1 not successful, really, in trying to get a free kill in the bot lane.
Yeah, there we see Lancer getting picked off, but it's also at the cost of Dal. So that in isolation is good for T1, I gotta say, right? I mean, trading even when so far behind is definitely playing in their favor, especially with all the comeback mechanics that exist in League of Legends. But this, of course, just a glass of water under the hot stone or something, so not something that can really make a huge difference here. As the Baron will spawn very soon, Kwangdong Freecs might just use that one to really pull out ahead in this game and break open the base of T1. We already saw earlier what can really be done with just a Herald charge and all the Void Mites coming out. Those Void Mites would also spawn if there's a turret push coming away from the side of Corki or Gangplank specifically. I don't expect the Jhin to really be close to turret range, as he can just play very far back with the deadly flurries, with the curtain call coming out. So it's basically just Kwangdong Freecs going for an easy siege from ahead, and if they play as clean as they played the first 20 minutes of the game, I would expect them to close this out in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, I agree. They now have finally have the Baron on the map, which is probably going to be the next big prize. The Baron plus Void Mites is just, it spells doom for the enemy team, and they have a very good composition to set up the Baron. I feel like even the Baron, the type of Baron that's born, sorry, I forgot the name of the airport Baron, but it's gonna help their team composition because they have such good zone control. They have the traps. They have Rakan, who's gonna hit the exact spot with this grand entrance. So it's funneling into this Baron area is gonna be very hard for T1. And yeah, KDF is already starting to secure vision in the top side. They have everything littered with their own wards, nothing left of T1's vision. So they are going to slowly approach the Baron. I think they're on it right now. And in the meantime, yeah, you see Lancer already backing off a bit, so he can teleport if needed. And here we have a very good Baron setup. T1 is going to approach, but their jungler is still very far away. And I think the Baron is going to be gone before the jungler even gets close. Yep.
We're gonna get somewhat close, I gotta say. The Baron just now being finished, the fight immediately being blown out, with the curtain call coming out, and probably just Kwangdong Freecs happy to just run away, or are they just going for the re-engage here? They actually just might. Gu1 being the stasis will just buy some time to really delay the inevitable death of Gu1. As Smash almost dies to the barrel, and here's the quickness engage just to kill Poby. Some roads lead to him, but not all of them, as there's 2 kills coming out. Make it free as Kwangdong just farmed the Renekton in the side lane, and Renekton dying in the side lane against the Corki, not a very good outlook, as Bull just snipes Smash, and this might just be game. Baron in the 4-0. What can T1 do? Nothing.
And this is 5 minutes faster than T1 in game 1. No, maybe 3 minutes faster than T1 in game 1. This is after not starting with a 5-kill advantage. So KDF, huge fight back. They had to win this game, in my opinion, because they got the much better picks, and they went to blue side, but they did stamp their authority on the series. They fight back after game number 1 disaster and look like a very decisive team. What a performance here. 22 minutes, 14-4 kills. Huge advantage for KDF now in the series, with a lot, with fighting back to a 1-1 game score, but it feels like they are the favorites.
Yeah, definitely feels like it. As their win was much more decisive than T1 Academy's win in the first one, and Kwangdong Freecs is definitely ready to go further in this tournament with their performance looking very hot right now. It's 1-1 tied in the score, however, so still 2 more wins to go for one of the teams to qualify for the next round. So let's wait and see how the adaptations will be for the next game, as we will go for a short break.
KDA, should we show them how we do it every day? Let's get it. Kali that girl, Kali gon' girl, Kali gon' stop, Kali gon' skirt, Kali got a job, Kali got a word. 뜨거워 언제나 don't get burned. 넘쳐 흘러물 든 a rough it, 죽여주잖아 like a rough it. 누가 감히 on my outfit, 그 문 열지 마 that's a rough it. I'm giving you more cause I'm greater than. 필요 없는 시험들 다 뿐이미. But all of my numbers are talking babe. 부루마법 메시지 monopoly. 눈종이 돈이나 real money 필요 없대 너네들이 많은 돈들 go get it, go get it, go 때 모든 걸 너도 get it cause I got it different.
All I'll ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it, so here you go. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it and never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like boom, boom, blow your mind. Never giving less and that's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time.
When I go, it's for gold. Get it cool, but I'm cold. I don't fit in a mold. I'm a rebel. I don't do what you say. Making moves, I don't wait while I smile in your face. I got different DNA.
What's higher than the top? That's me. Come take a look before falling at my feet. 조용히 몸을 숙여봐. So take a look, 나를 기억해요, queen. All I'll ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it, so here you go. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it and never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like boom, boom, blow your mind. Never giving less and that's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. Way out，感觉犹如海浪的微浪，不断往前，Oh you never way down。This is how I do it every day。Wow wow，这一路上的奇迹都记住了你的每一个瞬间，无比的耀眼。I know you want some more，准备好就一起走，giving it all。No, I got it, so here you go. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it and never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like boom, Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, relentless, you survive. They never lose hope when everything's cold and the fighting's near. It's deep in their bones, they'll ride into smoke when the fire is fierce. Oh, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, legends never die. They're written down in eternity, but you'll never see the price it costs. The scars collected all their lives. When everything's lost, they pick up their hearts and avenge defeat. Before it all starts, they suffer through harm just to touch a dream. Oh, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, legends never die. When the world is calling out your name, begging you to fight. Pick yourself up once more. Pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, legends never die.
I'm not looking for words, I'm not running from hurt. I just want you by my side. In this moment in time, feels I'm crossing a line. I'm not looking to set things right. This tear I cry falls like healing rain, softly soothes my pain. This surrender, it feels like I kiss the feathers of a hummingbird in flight, breaking up into a million skin and in the world of within. All I have is my love for you. If I conceal my fear, will I be in the clear? Or am I giving life to phantom pain? 'Cause it's playing out every note in the score. I surrender once more, but as my tears fall, they still kiss the feathers of a hummingbird in flight.
Welcome back, and we are straight into draft. T1 is back on the blue side. We have 20 champions banned from 2
What
games.
did I
It's gonna be crazy, but we still have the normal bans. So because these champs have never been opened so far, actually some of them have. Most of them are going to be banned. I think Smolder is going to see the ban lists. Rumble is going to see the ban list for the rest of the series. But now we added Senna and Zyra to the mix. So maybe something is open. Is anything open that springs out to you, Crincy?
Not from the top of my head, but Senna was banned last game as well. Oriana,
right.
however, wasn't. LeBlanc has not been touched this draft so far, so I mean, it's definitely something you can log in, and they do. I'm not sure if LeBlanc is a good blind pick, however, especially with something like Lissandra. I heard is getting pretty strong right now, and that is a historical LeBlanc counter that might be putting in the work right now. Also, something like a Vex could be played into LeBlanc, but that's something that, to be fair, has not seen pro play in quite a while, so it might just be bad. As of course, like Avi versus LeBlanc, however, as far as I know, it's actually been LeBlanc favorite in recent times, so it might just be something that's something like a self-counter for the first few minutes of the game at least. But if LeBlanc doesn't snowball, I think Ari does quite well into it, because I mean, Distortion is somewhat telegraphed where she really goes to, and Ari can just use the charm to really like land damage onto the LeBlanc side. So the later the game goes, and if it goes even between the two, Ari should be favored there.
And Ezreal is actually still available, so they snatch up the ADC. I think ADC is one of the positions where it's most critical. You actually secure a decent AD carry. We have seen some Sivir play in some of the other leagues. I think it was even LCK qualification, Worlds qualification. Ashe, of course, is also still available, so we still have some decent AD carries. It's going to be Ashe against Ezreal, and now most likely to the jungle position, where stuff like Lee Sin, Viego, Vi comes to mind. So there's still some options there as well. I think support might actually be the one position that's going to be rough in a few games time, because we have Renata banned, Nautilus is already banned here, Alistar I think is still available, but Rel is gone, and let me check my list. Leona is gone as well, Rakan is gone, so I think support is going to be interesting, especially if either of these teams is going to choose to ban even more of the support champions now in ban phase number 2.
And I think T1 would have wanted Nautilus after seeing the Ezreal, and they banned it themselves, so I think that was kind of smart by Kwangdong Freecs to just snatch off the Ezreal as soon as they saw the Nautilus ban, basically. So definitely something that works in their favor, because most of the supports aren't really good into Ezreal, right? I mean, you mentioned Alistar. I think this is the one pick that might just be the go-to for Reckless now, as many supports are already taken out, some even in this ban phase just now, so it won't be easy to find an appropriate pick into the Ezreal. As he really counters a lot of these very simplistic hard lockdown supports like a Fresh would be, or a Blitzcrank would be, that are like still open. And they ban away the Karma, so they really want to deny these heavy priority bot lanes that just poke you out before you can really start laning properly. So definitely
Could
something
I
to
dream of an Ezreal Nami back in the day in lane? That was so much fun to play. So much fun to watch as well. Back in season 4, I believe, there was some Ezreal Nami. That would be a throwback. We haven't seen this combo in ages. Usually it's paired with the likes of Karma, for example. But of course, I haven't seen Milio in a while. Milio Ashe used to be quite a strong combination, so maybe there's something there. Nessus, of course, still available in the series and gets banned here. We have 2 support bans, 1 jungle ban, and 1... What is Nessus? Mid lane champion right now?
mid lane and top lane, so A little bit of both. One thing that could maybe happen is the Ashe being actually the support picker, but they just log in the Draven or something crazy. Is something that could also happen in this situation. Either
Especially
way,
with Reckless as your support.
yeah, I mean, when you already have Reckless, I mean, I think it's also Reckless is forcing away these Senna bans, right? I mean, Smash, I think, has also played this, and looks like T1 with the hovers, if they can bait us into anything, might just go for the Ashe support, as Udi has been locked in by the side of Kwangdong Freecs as a lock-in against the Cassante, a matchup that Udi tends to win, especially in the early levels, as he can just shove the wave, and Cassante can't really touch the wave without taking too much damage from both the Udia and the minion wave itself. So for T1, now some change of pace maybe, with the Sivir being locked in when they log it in. They really keep us going for a while, but it will actually be Sivir and the Ashe support, and I think that's actually
That's so
somewhat
smart. I didn't see this, but yeah, it's so smart. Yeah.
smart band-aid fix. Shout out goes out to the Twitch chat, which reminded me of that possibility. I just gotta admit that I kind of stole that one from there. As now jungle needs to be locked in, it will be the Vi, which I kind of like because they wanted Nautilus, and now they get the jungle version of Nautilus basically in the Vi, the guaranteed ultimate lockdown of the seas that this is, and also something that can work against Lee Sin and won't just fall over and die as soon as the Sonic Wave lands. So definitely the Vi, a pick that I welcome here greatly.
And this is an old school matchup, Sivir against Alistar. It used to be the case, and when Sivir was meta and even like first picked, they always banned the Alistar on the Sivir side, because the Sivir players hate playing against this champion, because everything else Sivir can defend against, but the two spells at once combo is something that breaks through the spell shield, and without the spell shield, Sivir is actually a very, very defenseless champion, right? She's 500 range, she doesn't have any sort of mobility apart from a little bit of boosted movement speed, so the spell shield really is the one thing you have to play around, and if Alistar can just ignore the spell shield, that's usually why Sivir really hates playing against this champion. I have to say though, Alistar into double ADC in lane sounds miserable. I feel for Quantum. His first 10 minutes of the game are not gonna be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all he really has is like all in and win, or not win, depending on how it really works. Depends on, of course, how much poked out he will be before starting fights like this. And he's playing against Sivir Ashe. I mean, will be very hard, especially if Reckless and Smash are up to the task and just play the lane out conventionally. I mean, there might just be some cheese threats coming out by the side of Kwangdong Freecs challengers to really get them ahead early. Maybe they also just pull an early gank. I mean, they have Lee Sin, so it's definitely one of the champions that can do something before level 6 already and really do some damage there. The Vi is a champion that I mean, can also gank pre-6, but probably just wants to farm towards 6 as well to some extent. But could also just be that Guam will be ready for a potential counter gank, as he anticipates that there will be jungle action early on for the side of Courage.
And I have to check the patch notes, because I'm mystified by not seeing any sort of brand hover at all. Did he get a huge nerf on this patch? Maybe not on this patch directly, maybe on the patch before. I have to check that, because I'm really confused. We see so many compositions where the brand would actually fit in very nicely, and he was such a high priority champion, and now he's not even considered, even after 30 champs are banned after the second ban phase, so that's a little confusing to me. However, we did predict quite a few of the champions correctly, right? We had Sivir, we had Lee Sin, we had the Vi, so it's harder and harder for the teams to find useful champions, but in this draft still looks, well, maybe not meta, but still very adequate. This may be the word I would choose. So I'm excited for game number 4 when we go there, because then we're gonna really see some weird little picks. What do you think about the top lane matchup? You said that Udyr is gonna win against Cassante. I was a little bit surprised that they pulled back from the Gwen, because I thought the Gwen was actually a good opportunity here to have a carry top laner. Do you like the Udyr?
I don't hate the Udyr, I would say that. I think Gwen is the more conventional Cassandra counter. The Udyr is a bit more stable in the sense that, I mean, both can still lose to Cassandra, because Cassandra has so much skill expression that he can basically win any matchup if played perfectly and the opposition not playing it perfectly. And the Udyr is kind of more like a tankier option that doesn't really brutalize the Cassandra as much, especially later in the game, where the pick tends to just fall off. But before that, he's a better frontline than the Gwen, I would say, and also more reliable in the sense that he can also just set up ganks better, considering the fact that TJ has the Blazing Stampede, he has a stun to really synergize together with the rest of his composition, and the Gwen wouldn't really help out there, as she's just a raw bunch of damage that sustains herself and not really much else. So in that sense, I don't hate the Udyr pick at all. I think it could actually work quite well with what Kwangdong Freecs have drafted, because they have this kind of sticky composition, right? They have Alistar, they have Ahri, they have the Udyr. There's so much lockdown on these champions to really make it hard for the Sivir and for the LeBlanc to play, and I think they might just need exactly that, and maybe the Gwen would have been too greedy of a pick to try and punish the carries of T1.
Yeah, maybe I was too focused on the Udyr alone and not actually looking at the composition as a whole, because if I just look at Udyr and the opposing champions, then it looks miserable, but maybe in combination with the Alistar and all the other stuff, he can find some success. We have an interesting little lane swap. This is the latest stage of the lane swap evolution, where a lot of people are going to go to mid lane, both supports around the mid lane, and a huge trade in favor of Poby there for T1 Academy, as we have Dal chasing the enemy jungle and annoying the Lee Sin, but Lee Sin in the end still gets away with the jungle camp, so nothing really happened. Looks like T1 is getting the better of the swap so far, because no one's answering the Sivir on the other side either. So yeah, the same is true for KDF though. So an interesting little swap. These lane swaps have evolved so much over the course of the last year, and yeah, I'm a big fan of lane swaps in professional play, because I feel like it adds such an interesting dynamic to the games, and it doesn't happen every single game, so it's not overwhelming in my opinion, but it's exciting to watch.
Absolutely, and it's kind of easy to get lost in these situations, right? Because the teams themselves kind of tend to do that sometimes, as you see
Smash
the
this, be
adaptation by
careful,
Kwangdong
smash.
Freecs. Yeah, but that's a huge wave, so Udi probably doesn't want to chase too deep into that, as there's a
He
lot
doesn't
of
have E yet.
guaranteed gold to really go for. Yeah, he just had the wave clear ability, so he can't really stun him and just follow him around, as Smash would just kite him out eventually with the fleet footwork and all the boomerang damage he does on the way toward that. But I mean, it's a TP forced out by the side of T1 that is now down on Kwangdong Freecs' side, so in that sense they pull over the head on this, and they also dodge the top lane matchup to some extent, right? Because Cassante
And the
now
bot lane
just
matchup
faces
too.
the S-Wheel. Yeah, bot lane matchup too, and T1 usually in the lane sword scenario, right, you want to have the bot lane on the bot side, because there's the turret fortification not as strong as on the other side, and the punishment for the other side is that they drop some plates to avoid a bad matchup, but here Kwangdong Freecs is not avoiding a bad matchup at all. If anything, it's T1 that is doing exactly that, so in a small way they win out on both sides of the map. Hold up.
Big charm, but I think he doesn't have the follow-up damage. The jungle is just, oh, very nicely done there from Vi, catching the Q from the Lee Sin. In the end, both mid laners pretty low on HP, and of course, I misspoke, I'm sorry. The matchup obviously is way better for T1 in the bot lane, so it's Kwangdong who avoided the Alistar into double range bot lane matchup, which we talked about in draft. So that's definitely a positive for KDF. Something happened in mid lane.
Obi,
Poby killed Kwangdong.
the goat, coming out, and yeah, there we see why Poby replaced Faker last summer. No, I'm just kidding. Either way, that's one solo kill that could have easily been missed by the observer. I mean, that's just how quick it goes in the LeBlanc versus Ahri matchup, and yeah, that's just a small W instead of Poby. I was actually surprised by that, because earlier on we saw Poby trading heavily into Kwangdong and the minion wave and almost dying there as he got hit by a charm, so if anything I would have expected Kwangdong to solo kill Poby there, and maybe he thought that was well and overdove or something, because this is just now Poby pulling ahead of this matchup. With the Dark Seal and 2 Anthems, I mean, outside, what is Dal doing? Why is he executing? At level 1 I would argue for a faster recall, but his death timer was 11 seconds. That's a bit more than a recall.
He does get the... Oh, does he? Does he get the movement speed out of base? No, he doesn't if he executes, or does he? I can't remember. But he messed it up anyway, because he went back and bought something. He does get the movement speed. So arguably he's going to be faster into lane. I think it takes like 22 seconds. I timed it once to get back into lane when you have the movement speed out of base. Which, as I said, he kind of messed up because he went back to base to buy something. But I guess he's gonna hit the wave. It looked a little funky. Maybe Dal watched a little too many strategy guides or something, but in the end, it's not a big deal.
Probably not, right? But it still just looks very, very funny, right? And from the top of my head, I do not come up with an explanation to why it would have been a good thing for him. He probably just messed up and maybe was auto-pathing on minimap or something. Either way, here we see some mid lane trades. Poby not hitting the chain, so it's not as one side for the side of the LeBlanc, who is just now very scary, right? Hit level 6 before the Ari did, and we already saw how much AP she has in the inventory with the Zac Duck Seal and also the 2 Amtoms. And on the top side, we just saw Udyr starting off with the first plate, a huge wave being crashed as Udyr just nuffed that in the early game. And of course, the classic, just tanks a turret shot for fun. Like, why not? Yeah. And Lee Sin just uses his priority to get the World Cups. Meanwhile, however, T1 get at least a consolation prize in the first Drake.
And this is also why Udyr can be so overextended, even against level 6 threat from Dal. He knows his jungler is close by, so even if he gets somehow pushed under tower, his jungler can probably bail him out there. So nice assistance from the side of KDF's jungler. So we have Grubs against Dragon Trade. Usually that favors the Grub team, especially if they're able to get some priority over the next spawn. We know 6 Grubs is very strong, and you usually can't answer with 2 dragons to the 6 Grubs, so let's see how KDF tries to put their advantage onto the top side. They do have a little bit of a problem in the mid lane, but so far, at least, Ari has been able to keep up in CS. Not so much in pressure. She's definitely under a lot of threat there from Poby, and itemized defensively, so this Ari is not going to offer a lot of damage, but as long as she offers some CC and some catch potential, that could be enough for them anyway. There's the engagement. This time Lancer went super far on the tower. There's the execution. Dal, nicely done. That was an overextending Udyr, the counter pick going really bad.
And that was the Virkus Hunter that also just executed earlier and wasted some time. It's kind of crazy, right? Either way, Dal being able to pick up the kill, using the ultimate to drag him under the turret, and Lancer tries to get out with the ghost, but can't keep up and make enough room to prevent Dal from just flashing on top of him and finishing off with one last Tofu strike. So another T1 solo laner with a solo kill over here, and also a very large CS difference in the top lane.
Yeah,
so it's definitely not looking too hot for Kwangdong Freecs. And I said it, right? The Udyr is a good pick into the Cassante, supposedly in the early game. And he's just now falling apart even there. So this is kind of like they would him for this Gangplank matchup, but not quite as one-sided, I would say. Definitely not looking too hot for the Udyr side. And his comeback chances, since he's a low damage champion, are also not as high as for the Renekton versus Gangplank, who is at least a very squishy champion that can be killed. The Cassante tends to become unkillable very fast.
Yeah, and the CS is a little bit of a testimony of how badly he played this lane. Oh, that's a nice little error from Reckless. They don't have the damage to follow up, unfortunately. And against the Ari ultimate, it's too risky under tower. Oh, but he steps into another W. Kwangdong, please, just back. You have TP. Okay,
yeah,
he's
please
gonna
back
now after getting the cannon minion. Almost cost him his life, overextending into cannon minion. And now Poby is going to delay his TP. Oh, that's nicely done from Poby there. He didn't even lose anything on the tower because Reckless was already hitting it. So that's some very good micromanagement there of the lane. But yeah, this Udyr I wanted to come back to because I think the CS really shows that he misplayed the lane. Of course, Udyr always kind of pushes the lane, so it's hard to not do that. But by pushing it under tower constantly, he was actually missing a lot of CS because he couldn't step under tower to get the ranged creeps. So that's one of the disadvantages of perma pushing the lane, even though you get a lot of pressure. It didn't translate into a lead. Then he got solo killed, and suddenly he's 20 CS and a solo kill down.
And also kind of impressive that Dal was able to CS so well under turret. I mean, usually, of course, yeah, you tend to miss at least some of those if you get pushed in so far. And he was able to do that while also solo killing him in between those time windows. So definitely something that can be applauded here. So here we see one hawk shot coming up by the side of Reckless to spot that Courage is actually on the top side Scuttle Crab. And yeah, in the mid lane, meanwhile, the Vi locked down pretty good, of course. I mean, in the 1v1, he was already struggling. The 1v2 is even harder for the side of Pyongyang, and he falls again, this time to Guwon. So this now is also kind of a worst case scenario for Kwangdong Freecs because now the jungler also gets one kill. It would be scary if LeBlanc gets a kill, but getting the lead spread out and also onto the jungler who can now accelerate the tempo on the whole map is even more disgusting.
Yeah, this whole development with putting a support into the mid lane is fascinating to watch because, of course, the one thing it really does is enable champions with a lot of execution damage, which LeBlanc is, but I'll hold that thought as there might be a big fight. KDF wants at least one more of these grubs, but it doesn't look like they can. Ari is here, she has her ultimate, there's a teleport coming in. Big fight. Poby he's down to half HP, but the last grub goes over to T1. T1 now on the chase, but they lost their Vi. There's one kill back for T1. It's a huge chaos ball is here, but in the meantime, Courage on the other side out of the fight, and now T1 in a good position. They're chasing down, and the top laner is going to fall as well. There's another kill to Poby, and T1 dominating the fight, dominating the early game. They're gonna collect one more kill on Lancer. That's the kill to smash. 7-1. T1 with another huge blue side lead.
And they also got the lion's share of the void cards right there because they could equalize that score at the 3-3, so there's no void mites for either of the team, which is definitely a win for T1. But the even bigger win was, of course, the team fight itself. It was just like T1 all working the whole team of Kwangdong Freecs and Reckless. I mean, he's known to kiting on his champions from all the years of his career in the past, and of course he could play support Ashe to perfection there, being able to make sure that the Udyr just doesn't get to hit anybody with his strong AoE damage that he can pull in the early game, and T1 just hard winning this fight. It's kind of a deja vu from the first game where they pulled this off in a level 1 fight, and for now it looks like it will be a blue side series, right? T1 in the third game pulling out ahead, and we were a very decisive lead at the 12-minute mark, making it very hard for Kwangdong Freecs challengers to find any foothold in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at the items coming in now after this fight. Huge spikes for the side of T1. Sivir almost on 2 items at 12 minutes. That's devastating to think about. Okay, the enemy Asriel, he skipped boots because he knows he needs damage right now. The rest of the team is struggling, so at least he has to contribute something. But it's still a tier champion, so even though he has the Trinity Force, he has to be careful not to overextend without flash. And even an Asriel can be chased down, especially by something like an Ashe with boots. Like the Asriel without boots is going to be have to be careful to not get caught by the constant slows. And Smash can now transition into the mid lane where he can perma wave clear on the Sivir. So everything is looking T1's way. 2 dragons to their name, 3 grubs, and of course 7 kills.
Yeah, it's just as symptom and cause at the same time for the set of Bull, right? I mean, he doesn't really have the movement speed, and I wonder if he's even faster with the arcane shift away against the Sivir with like Zeal and on the hunt being popped, just running at him. He probably just can't make enough distance if he ever gets caught by a single frost shot by the side of Reckless. So it's definitely very dangerous for Bull. But if he wouldn't be the one building damage, I mean, who would, right? Because the Ari is on Merc Threats and the Lost Chapter and the Codex. The game is 40 minutes in, while Poby's already on the Luden's Companion and the penetration boots. So strong right now in this fight. Maybe he's getting caught though.
Okay, there's the execution from the second part of Courage's Q. At least 1 kill back to the Lee Sin. He's the only one with the positive score right now on this team, and he is gonna be the one who has to find any openings to get them back into the game.
I mean, he's the only one who's getting kills at all for the fixed challengers for now, so definitely he's the one player to look out for. Yeah, and he's also the one who can maybe facilitate more of those plays, because this Ari versus LeBlanc matchup thing is not working out for them. I said in drafts it's LeBlanc favored in the early game, and it absolutely was, but Kwangdong just got destroyed by Poby, all honestly. I mean, it's not that one-sided, or at least not supposed to be, and if it's going on like this, he won't ever find a way to deal damage in this game. I mean, he's constantly just itemizing also in the way so he just doesn't get destroyed any harder. Meanwhile, we see Gubon on the other side of the map just collecting this Rift Herald, which allows T1 to further open the map in this game, or to even start opening the map, because all turrets are still standing for the side of Kwangdong Freecs, which means a lot of standing gold potentially for T1 to take. Can they even kill the Cassandra? I think they might.
He is in his ultimate form. He might have to go back to the more tanky form, but he just stays in ultimate form, stays squishy, and the kill goes to Quantum with his Ignite. But in the meantime, T1 is gonna get 1 tower in the top lane, so still a positive. Oh, unfortunately, that Herald died when Reckless was already inside, so they can't get another charge. This means they can't really push forward into the second tower. On the other side, Lancer is not going to have the damage checks to get the tower back, and now he has to run very quickly. Run. Activate that bear form, which doesn't look like a bear on this skin.
Yeah, he gets out though. Like, double distortion was used by Poby to try and go for the kill, but eventually he can't make up enough distance to just get onto the ghosting Udyr, who also uses movement spell from the basic kit, so he's still fine over there, despite being 100 HP. And yeah, Dahl just took one for the team, having a kind of a good death because he still bought enough time to allow T1 Academy to get the first turret on the other side of the map. Poppy now prone to getting dove, but he can clear out the wave, and also has a DP coming out as reinforcement. He will be fine, but will Kwangdong Freecs be
Now
fine? The
Kwangdong
question. The
Freecs.
Ash Arrow is coming in, and he'll engage out toward the Aoi, but she can Spirit Rush out for now, but who cannot Spirit Rush out is the Alistair, dead at the cow supposedly. It will take a while, but probably Smash will clean up this kill with one more Boomerang Blade, as meanwhile we saw Poppy just killing Pongyang again. It's a 2-4-0 for the side of T1.
Yeah, T1 is certainly the dominance. A little too far forward for KDF. They kind of have to go for these kind of plays, as we already touched on in game number 1. They're very far behind, and this is the same situation again. There was an objective bounty which looked very, very juicy. They really wanted that extra gold, which just spawned, and they overextended and feed 2 more kills to T1 Academy, which is now sitting at a 6k gold lead. Yet again, a super dominant game. Today we didn't have a single close game so far, even though it's a fearless draft. These champions maybe aren't the most played champions on either side, but all the blue side games so far have been very dominant, and especially for the T1 games 1 and 3. They have found so many kills in the early game that it's almost impossible to imagine KDF coming back.
It really is, but here we see a 2v2 skirmish from the top lane and junglers, and doesn't look too hot for the side of Courage at least. He used the mobility spell, and now he almost executes Rowan over there, but now Dahl is going all out, trying to kill Courage and actually find the kill. The Ash Arrow from Reckless goes wide, not connecting onto Lancer, so he gets to go out. But does Bull, his Architect is down, his Flash is down as well, and Poby still has 1 spell, but it's not enough to finish off the kill on that side. And
He has
also,
boots now, so you can actually run away. So a few minutes ago,
Yeah,
he would have probably died to the LeBlanc there. Boots are quite important in this game.
oh, absolutely, they are. And also, Reckless wasn't around for that one, so he couldn't really frost shot him and make it hard for him to escape. So he still gets to go out of this one. I mean, Pongyang is having such a rough game. He's 0-5 against the LeBlanc with 5 kills now. Earlier on, we saw in the gold differential that he was down almost 3k gold, which, yeah, isn't looking any better right now. 2.5k. It's not that outrageous. I mean, it kind of is. You get what I'm trying to
we
say,
had
right?
18 minutes, Quincy.
Yeah, it looks pretty rough to be like one big item down at this stage of the game.
Well, now T1 has to find a little bit. I mean, they've played a little bit more cleanly, I think, compared to game number 1. They have been able to just stamp down their authority and advance their vision line slowly but surely, get all the other towers. So it's pretty much textbook League of Legends. Next step would be the Baron plus the Soul. Baron is spawning in 1.5 minutes, and the Soul in 4.5 minutes. So there's a nice little delay between the two. They can either try to set up both objectives and make the enemies choose which one they want to contest, which is a valid strategy, especially when you are at Soul Point, or they can just go into the top side jungle of KDF and prepare for Baron. Both are viable strategies. Let's see what T1 wants to go for.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, Cloud Soul potentially spawning in 4 minutes, and I think that's a team that can profit quite heavily off the Cloud Soul. As here we see the next skirmish coming out. Enchant Crystal Arrow landing onto Cute, but he's the one member that can probably survive it decently, aside from the Udyr, and he is surviving that one for sure. Who's not surviving this one is, of course, Quantum, who has to take one for the team again, dying for his team mistakes, or to some extent also his own mistake, I dare say, because why is he even there? You're not 5,000 gold up, you're 5,000 gold down. Play accordingly, position accordingly. And this is a very good pick by the side of T1, also forcing out some ultimates over there. Of course, Baron yet to be spawned. Yeah, but it's not the end of the world for Kwangdong Freak. The end of the world was the fight earlier, but this one not helping them either, I dare say, to come back into this game.
Yeah, definitely not. On the other side, at this point you're so far down, one more kill doesn't really matter. Obviously it's never good to give up your support, but yeah, it's not the biggest swing ever. It does get Smash even closer to his 3rd item. Look at this scary Sivir. At this point, the Alistair is scared of the Sivir, not the other way around. So now it's time for Baron to get there. This is once again the airport dragon, Baron, so maybe a little annoying for T1 in this game, because it always gives a little bit of an opportunity, especially for champs like Udyr, like Ari, like Lee Sin. All these champs like close corridors, and there's an attempt from the Ari on top of the Reckless. Reckless goes down. Now it's a 4v5 on the map, but still there's a lot of gold on the T1 members, and they are here to fight. That Smash, he follows up with so many auto attacks. Oh, Courage somehow stays alive, but the Red Buff executes him, and that is gonna be game over in game number 3 as they win the team fight and go straight to Baron.
I mean, it's not literally game over, but close to it, I would say. They get Reckless instead of Kwangdong Freecs, but they tunnel so much into actually killing him. Reckless not even using his flag weapon, as he just accepts his fate. And we see in the bot lane, Lancer duking it out together with Dahl, and I think Dahl should be okay here. Next rotation of spells. But he just missed an important It doesn't matter anyway, he's Cassandra, he's ahead, he just destroyed the Udyr. So it's basically a delayed ace for the side of T1 and also the Baron. And they only had to drop Reckless live once for this one. Definitely something that they are happy about. I mean, they got Reckless, but it cost them literally everything. Smash could just run them down with the on the hunt, and the rest of the team followed suit. So a lot of kills for T1 and also the most important objective with the Baron.
Yeah, now you got the absolute dream situation where you got Baron before the soul even spawns. You have strong solo laners who can just go to the side lane, use your Baron buff, apply it to all the waves, and slowly chip away at the towers, while your jungler just goes to finish the dragon once it spawns. So they shouldn't even really invest much time or resources at securing the soul, because the jungler can just do this on his own. Or they just run down all the waves and delay the soul by a few minutes, but just get the inhibitor. That is also absolutely valid. They haven't put anyone in the top lane, which is a little bit confusing to me. Just playing 2 waves, playing it very safe. Now Kwangdong once again looking for the opening, but that's huge damage on Pyongyang just from the Civic poke. They have to disengage instantly using the ultimate from Quantum just to get out of there, so they didn't accomplish anything. They couldn't even clear the wave, and now T1 is storming the base.
Yeah, Tusha Barrage being used to clear the wave, but it doesn't even clear it. It's kind of summing up what Kwangdong Freecs is trying this game. As Lancer tries to get something going in the mid lane, but immediately falls to the damage of Poby, who's absolutely insane. He's stacking a Magi's, by the way, right now. He should be close to the 20 stacks. He's on 19, yeah, so math checks out as the bot lane inhibitor gets pushed. And this might not be the end of it all. T1 can still push further here, probably just waiting for the mid lane wave, and there it is. This will be another inhibitor falling down.
Yeah, I think a more daring team might have had the top lane prepared now as well to get all 3 inhibitors, but this is the valid strategy too. It's a little bit more of the safe approach, and they win another fight. They get 2 inhibitors. Now it's the free path, beelining straight to the dragon, which is not going to be contested by KDF at all. So they walk away with 2 inhibitors, with the dragon soul, and they just have to all recall, go 5 men into top lane and finish the game.
Yeah, probably this will be what they will be going for, as you have 2 waves of supers pushing in mid lane, pushing in bot lane, so it's been easy setup to use the extra man and the super minions to just push the base from 2 sides while you attack on the other. Or they can basically do whatever, right? They can also just group 5 as mid and just play the silver comp, right? Group and win, press R and force the enemy to retreat and just succumb at the nexus. Either way, Kwangdong Freecs challengers going for a trap over there. And so far nobody's followed it. Poby might, but Poby has flash and at least 1 distortion up.
Can you see the little thing poking out?
He probably can't. This shouldn't work. This is a jungle mob, right? Oh, it's not.
Yeah. Okay, it's just the Alistair. Now he's way behind enemy lines.
It wasn't the jungle Pokemon, it was something else. Either way, it's still hard to catch Poby, but even if you use distortion, he still has flash, and there's an arrow coming in. Bullet has to use both summoners to get out of this one.
That's a vulnerable Asriel, and even if he stays alive, he doesn't really have the damage to contest the enemy champions anyway. So T1 waiting for the next wave. Okay, they're not on Baron anymore, but even without the Baron, they have a lot of pushing power. 2 AD carries. Okay, one of them is only a support, but still a support that builds damage items, so he's going to deal decent damage to the tower as well. Quantum, he has been found by T1's members, and there's a little bit of an engagement, the skirmish happening on the other side. That's Udyr with a decent amount of damage, and he gets smashed. Smash goes down somehow. Very good snipe from the Asri as well to add some damage, but now that's 2 kills back, 3 kills back in a second. And even though they finally kill the Sivir, they chase her down, it costs so much.
Might just stop the finishing push though, as there are a lot of members on one side falling. Obi tanked the turret for a second there, might have almost died there as the Ash arrow goes wide, but still everyone from the side of Kwangdong Freecs challengers goes down, so there's nobody there to clean up anything, to clear the way for in any shape or form. So still 4 members from the side of T1 Academy pushing there, and this will be the end of the game. T1 Academy leads the series 2-1. Poby not quite able to fully stack his Major Eyes, but he probably does not care whatsoever. He still had an absolute bang performance on his long and smashed the Ari into the ground. And with this T1 is on match point.
Yeah, and T1 finishes the game even quicker than their first game. In the first game, you have to remember, they started with 5 kills to their name after the first teamfight, or 4 kills, I think. So, impressive performance. Once again, found early game advantages, found the skirmishes. It seems like T1 is more of the heavy kill, bloodthirsty team compared to KDF, who play a little bit more of the expected traditional Korean style, if you want to call it that. So, an interesting clash of styles. And of course, so far, blue side vastly superior in this series. We now move to game number 4 with 30 champions banned from the Fearless draft. So that is going to be an exciting prospect. Let's see if KDF can come back on the blue side, most likely. They will have first choice, maybe going back to a strong early game, early blue side pick like they did the last time. But one thing, Quincy, I have to mention because it's just ridiculous. We have seen 3 games. No game has even hit the 27-minute mark. And the game that has lasted the longest so far of all these games was the one where an early game level 1 teamfight happened and 4 people died on the side of KDF. That was our longest game so far.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, we are in this broadcast for a bit over 2 hours, and 3, not 2, 3 games have completed, and we are about to hit the next 4th game in about 10 to 15 minutes, I would say. So I think we just head to a short break and see how Kwangdong Freecs challengers adapt. I mean, loser pick side is what I would assume, and they just lost the last one, and I would assume that they go for the blue side, and let's see what they will be cooking. So see you in a bit.
judgment. Here's your reckoning. So go and bring home the glory alive. Here's your judgment. Here's your reckoning. Write your story down. There's a history. Pride and
back. We're into game number 4 and straight into draft yet again. KDF back to the blue side. So far, every blue side has won in under 27 minutes. Let's see if KDF can continue this trend. We're in game number 4, which means 30 champions are banned before we even hit the ban list. So it's gonna get crazy, hopefully. What are the first pick options you would consider, Quincy?
Not sure about the pick options, but about the ban options. Smaller will be the next ban. Let me see. And then they will ban Oriana. And then they will ban... what will they ban last? Not LeBlanc, because that was just now played. Nautilus is taken away. So... about the pick options, yeah, we discussed it in the green room, right? I mean, there's still like the classic hyper carry top lane champions like Camille, Jax, Gwen.
I'm actually
still
surprised
available.
we haven't seen Jax at all.
Yeah, actually, you would expect it to be maybe in like a second rotation ban or something. The thing is, it used to be a very good counter to Cassandra. With Divine Thunder being removed, it's not as good, and Cassandra with his kit actually challenges Jax quite well, and he was, even before the things that happened in the item department, he was winning pre-6 against him. Now Oriana, of course, is still left available, and it will be picked by the side of Kwangdong Freecs. And Oriana vs Azir would be poetic because T1 arguably won Worlds because Faker was the only one being able to play Azir into Oriana, and if Poby could do the same thing in the Academy department, it would just be kind of fitting.
Nice little storyline there. And Oriana Azir, definitely the matchup we talked about in the mid lane, being a very high possibility of happening, or having that. Varus, okay, Varus, I haven't considered Varus. Yeah, he was played a bit in bot lane as in one of our earlier games last week, and he was played Lethality. I think I remember Marby molding at that, so definitely something that we've seen before in this tournament. Could also be flexed into top lane, as we've seen Mervyn play, or maybe into mid lane as well. Should have a decent matchup into Oriana, so good pick. Cannon is the top lane choice. Which means, oh, there's Wukong, another one I predicted earlier in the green room. So that's Wukong and Ryze. We've seen Ryze and solo queue a bit. Go ahead.
It's Ryze top lane for Lancer. I mean, we have seen it before, it will probably be there again. I mean, it would not exclude Wukong top lane theoretically, but Ryze couldn't jungle, so it might just be those options. As we see also the Azir into Oriana lock-in for Poby, which I said beforehand, might be very poetic as we see these picks being played. Varus also is a good takeaway from Bull, I dare say, because Bull has been playing a lot of Varus beforehand. And currently Lethality is just a meta build. I will not malt about that nearly as much as Marby probably would have done. So tier into Lethality might even be an option. Skipping the tier is usually no longer done on this one, as now Lethality items also are kind of stronger as they have been in the past, so I wouldn't be unamused by seeing that, as items like Opportunity exist now. You could also go Eclipse despite it not being a Lethality item anymore, and Zoola's Grudge is also still a very decent option that is a little bit away from the Lethality and more towards the percentage armor penetration. As I say that though, support picks might be interesting now, as they just get dwindled down so much, Blitzcrank being taken away. I think they might go for Milio if they ban Blitzcrank.
Yes, please. Milio is such a cool champion. But yeah, support bans. We have 6, of course, because of Fearless Draft, and then 4 in the actual bans here, so there are not many supports left, especially if you think about meta supports. And we might get to some of the more funky options. Let's see what they will choose. I could also imagine them going back to ADC supports, especially for Reckless. Maybe a Caitlyn support could come in, something Carrier always likes to do. Kalista support is something I could also see. Of course, we can also just go Illusion Army, yep.
Kalista was played by Bull in the first game.
Right.
So they could, however, one Varus Caitlyn and decide spontaneously which will be the support, which will be the AD carry. Milio being taken away is a smart choice, I dare say, because it just denies it from the other side. And Hui would be very funky, of course, which would mean it would be Hui support.
I think Hui support got buffed on 14-18. There's the Caitlyn prediction, come on.
Would be very banger if we actually could play the prediction, and we actually do, yeah. But now the interesting question: which is the support of these two? I think it's Caitlyn support. Yeah.
I mean, personally, I like Caitlyn ADC more, but yeah, I feel like I see Reckless more of a Caitlyn support player. But maybe, I'm not sure. Caitlyn actually not something Reckless really played much in his career, if I remember correctly. He's not really a Caitlyn player, or not known for it, so maybe he doesn't actually like the Caitlyn too much.
He literally has Varus tattooed on his back, I think, or was the front. But one of those things it was it for sure at least. So he definitely identifies with this champion in a very literal sense. So looks to be the Varus support, which I think is a bit surprising because the currently strong Varus item build is very gold heavy with the lethality coming out, and you need tier plus lethality items. So that in that sense is surprising. On the other note, that also plays to Caitlyn, right? Crit item builds are far from cheap, so
Exactly.
definitely maybe in that sense it makes sense to have Varus
Caitlyn
support.
was quite heavily nerfed a few.
Yeah, I mean I would
months
definitely expect a
back.
crit Caitlyn here, yeah.
Yeah, but that's probably why Caitlyn support has kind of just fizzled out, because you can still build lethality items on support Varus, even though you can't get to like 2 or 3, but at least you can get 1 and 1.5. But you can't really do the same on Caitlyn and be effective, so maybe that's the reasoning here. Also, they wanted a little bit more damage late game, a little bit more scaling. Caitlyn, of course, crit Caitlyn, crazy strong in the late game, very, very strong team fighting, especially when you look at Azir and Caitlyn together. So strong late game scaling for T1 this time around. To be fair, we haven't really seen late game, so I'm not sure if late game scaling is relevant in this series, but who is your prediction, or which team do you think has the better draft and who's gonna win?
I think T1's draft is more fun, but I think actually Kwangdong Freecs has this one for 2 reasons. I think the Rise into Cannon is a very good adaptation by them to really have Lancer popping off on this unique pick that's kind of is reminiscent of what Keen plays on Gen.G. Not the summer champion, unfortunately, but still a very strong, arguably the strongest top lane in Korea right now. And also, while Azir on T1 mid laners can beat an Orianna in lane or can survive the laning phase, I think it's still Orianna favored. So you have these 2 solo laners who have been hard carrying this last game, not as much in a great position as in this game. So I think Kwangdong Freecs can bring us to game 5 here.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch some top lane Rise. I used to play quite a bit of Rise top lane as well. It's pretty fun to play, even though the champion looks kind of boring sometimes, but the combos are pretty fun to pull off. And yeah, it's famously a good matchup into the cannon, especially with his rune choice. What you do on Rise top lane with the Comet is just W level 1. And you just W the enemy, the enemy gets slowed and 100% hit by the Comet, especially when they don't have a movement ability, which deals crazy amounts of damage. Chain 1 or 2 auto attacks on the top of that, and suddenly it's a lot of damage. But all of this doesn't matter because we have another lane swap. So the Rise Cannon matchup will not actually happen.
Yeah, also not the bot lane matchup, which is probably very fortunate for Kwangdong Freecs to dodge, as you run into double Hail of Blades bot lane there. But actually, it is Caitlyn support, right? The support item is on Smash, and Reckless is playing an AD carry game.
Oh, that was a possibility I didn't even consider.
Neither did I.
That's fun. That's
I gotta
fun.
say one more thing about the draft that kind of brings me on to the T1 basket. I gotta say, no exhaust into Cannon is very dangerous to run. Cannon's down point is usually that he can just get countered by exhaust, and there is no exhaust on the side of Kwangdong Freecs challengers, so it might just be a bit greedy to want barrier and heal on the bot lane and not just sacrifice one of those slots for the exhaust. So that might bite them in the back eventually. As here we see, yeah, just how the lanes play out. It's actually both solo laners, contradictory to their description as solo laners being together in the mid lane, and them just trying to shove in the Orianna. So it's also T1 kind of dodging the hard matchup and not having Azir lane fully 1v1 here. But right now, I mean, of course, it's Dahl moving away and just TPing up to the top lane, and we eventually might end up with more traditional lanes.
How does Rise not have a single CS right now, even though he's already hitting the tower? That's a bit
I'm
confusing.
wondering as well, yeah.
But it doesn't
Yes,
really
Demon
matter
is
for
Jungler
Rise.
has 16.
It's an interesting little situation there. Unfortunately, of course, bot lane now, the tower is already under siege. I think it already lost 2 platings. Yep, there we go, on the way to the 3rd plating. And Spoots, can I ask you to maybe switch the the ADC and support around there, so we have an easier way of comparing the CS on the side of T1?
I was about to
you very
ask,
much.
and yeah, Spoots is of course very quick with his fingers to adapt to the situation, and so now we have a very clean overlay in the bottom, as we like to have it. And here we see how Lucian and Milio can play against this double ADC bot lane, and It looks like they can't play into this at all, for now at least. I mean, Milio is also at least one of those champions that extends your range, and Lucian, traditionally a very short range AD carry, can at least have a bit of range for short trades like these, as we see right here, and they look somewhat okay at SA.
I mean, yeah, because Caitlyn missed her Q. That's why they looked okay.
The movement speed
If
buff is also
Caitlyn hit her
important.
Q there on... oh, this is a little dangerous for Guwon. It's dangerous for everyone, honestly, involved, and Guwon is just gonna disengage now. Where is he? He's back there. It's a jungle skirmish, and I'm not actually sure who this favors. I think Nocturne probably, but if Wukong gets to stack up his passive completely, he might be able to sustain the Nocturne, but Nocturne usually with his Q damage and the fear, very strong in early duels, so I think the Nocturne is probably a little too scary for the Wukong there. We're back in normal lanes, and for me it looks like T1 has got the better of this lane swap so far.
They have. I mean, mid lane is kind of shifted away from the hard part of the matchup for the Azir. Also probably being a few CS up with all the help he got from Dahl having a quick visit there, with Guvon just now having a quick visit, and also Guvon stole the big chicken yet again, so he is in a very comfortable position against the Wukong. I think considering a potential 1v1 between the junglers, I do not think Wukong likes to fight on the Dusk Trail of Nocturne. That would be very hard for him, as of course the Stone Skip passive, if it kicks in, might help him out there. Depends also if there's like the fear coming out from Nocturne as well, if you can use a spell shield of his advantage, but Wukong 3-6 cannot really proc the spell shield, so I think that's actually in Wukong's favor if you break it down like this, so there's definitely some chances for the Wukong to win out on this one, but either way, it was just for the chicken, and Gubon came out ahead of this one. As we see, all lanes basically looking very decent for T1. The Wise versus Cannon also, for now, not really accelerating in Wise's favor. I don't know how Lancer
Rice
missed
has the
every
push,
minion.
right?
Yes, yeah. And also I think the push was the reason why he missed so many CS. He just probably dumped his spell on the wave, didn't care about the CS, and just wanted to push as fast as possible. And he did, to his fairness. But missing out on the gold might hinder him later in the game. As the shockwave comes out, just for a bit of poke. Interesting decision.
Yeah, I think he wants to reset soon after this wave maybe, and then walk back to mid lane with mana replenished. Top lane also now finally the tier in Ryze's inventory, so he's not going to be quite as quickly. I can tell you, it's very addictive to just spam EQ on the wave, EQ, 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 and sometimes you hit the opponent, but honestly you don't really care, you just get the dopamine hit from just killing the minions so quickly. This also gives them a great push in both solo lanes now. With double tier, they have very good mana sustain, which means top side focus so far from KDF, and first few grubs to their side, and traded instantly for T1 on the bottom side of the map. So both junglers avoiding each other and going for one of the early game objectives each.
Yeah, nothing unusual over there, just a usual Void Crop for Drake trade, which is not favoring any title in particular, right? I mean, of course, having 4 or more Void Crops is very favorable to the side of the Void Crop takers. But of course, depending on the Drake soul, it might just be beneficial to get those Drakes stacked up quickly, as unfortunately the individual Drakes do not really matter that much anymore. It's just a tiny bit of AD and AP that the Infernal Drake really gives you. Not something to write home about. I mean, if you stack like triple Mountain Drakes or something, which can happen, of course, in the game, it might just be very beneficial to have all these tanky stats. But for now, this means not so much. T1 probably shifting their pressure towards the next generation of Void Grubs to get those in, to just deny the Void Might buff later on. As here we see, I mean, Lancer can push up quite well with the Wise. We addressed it earlier. Also with the tier plus Negatron. Oh, it's just a non-Negatron. He just won't take that much damage from the cannon. Yeah. It's just there to be in his face and just push the wave over and over again, avoiding any sort of duel. One Q.
You can execute him. Nope, not with a heal. And wow, he just holds his flash, has his nerves under control. Quantum just dodging the Q and avoiding certain death there. I really like this bot lane matchup. It's fascinating to watch because there's a mismatch in so many different things. Of course, T1 has the pushing advantage, so they have the burst advantage, they have the range advantage, but what they do not have is the combo and also the sustain advantage, which is definitely on KDF's side. So the longer KDF is able to stay in lane, which unfortunately they weren't able to right now, but when we go back to full HP, the longer they are able to stay in lane, the better the matchup looks for them, because the enemy team can't really recover any HP. So if they trade back, even if the trades are unfavorable, they can still come out ahead. That's a flash in from Dahl. Can Dahl do this? Lancer, oh, he doesn't have the Q, so now it's one spell each. Dahl still behind the minions. This is a dangerous... Oh, what in the world just happened?
I mean, Lancer was missing one Overlord Q, so it was actually kind of favorable for Dahl for a while, but he couldn't really step into the wide range because of the potential spell flux coming out. So it was Lancer, knowing he has this, just closing the gap with the Whelm Warp. But before he teleports away with the Whelm Warp, he just went for one more Lucky Q, and that Lucky Q actually ended up hitting Dahl.
She
So it was,
disappeared at the same time. It was so confusing.
yeah, it was a solo kill for Lancer. And he didn't need to use both, apparently, but yeah. Just use both chances if you have them, right? If he ended up missing that last Q, he would just finish him off later with just a point and click spell flux anyway. So Lancer was already winning this one, but it was kind of close for a while. If Dahl had his W up in this exchange beforehand, it would have maybe been the solo kill for him, but that was not the case. So Lancer showing why this Wise top lane is a good matchup into the cannon and executing on it.
Very unfortunate for Dahl, because he invested ultimate, he invested flash, and this was probably his only opportunity in the whole game to kill the Ryze one-on-one, because Ryze is gonna get so tanky. Now he finished his MR boots, which means stun is not gonna last as long. Ryze is gonna be able to fire back, and of course Ryze has way higher DPS compared to Cannon. So this is now looking quite bad. This could snowball in Lance's favor very quickly, especially once he gets a little bit of sustain with this, what's it called again? The Eons thingy, the pre-build for Rod of Ages. Once he gets that finished up, he can just sustain the cannon damage. Catalyst, of course. Yeah, so once the Catalyst comes in, the cannon, I think, is pretty doomed in this matchup.
Yeah, it's like an immovable wall that encircles you and just gets in tighter and tighter, and he just can't get out. That's how you win against the Wise. Just call your buddies and just 3v1 him, 3v2 him, something like this. Either way, this is now huge, as there's a second Void Grub generation coming out, and it looks like Kwangdong Freecs has more pressure on this one, and T1 can't really contest them. Maybe Gubon tries to go for this one. I mean, the bot lane moved up from T1, so at least they have that going for them, and there would be a Slicing Maelstrom available, so it could just be the pincer for T1.
They go for it. Darkness. Do they want to go in? Kwangdong Freecs already has fight, but there's another ultimate from Cannon. He doesn't have the flash, but he still gets on top of a lot of people. That's the first kill going over to the jungler. Courage executes another one. Poby's here. Poby with the ultimate in maybe the wrong direction, and he goes too far forward. KDF with a huge advantage in this fight, but two long-range AD carries are still standing. They are poking away. There's the Ryze ultimate. That's just the Ryze, though. Surprisingly, no one came with him. In the end, KDF are still on top of the last Void Grab. They can't finish it off. That's a huge teamfight victory and 5 grubs to KDF. So even though they can't get to 6, still the first big fight in their favor and big kills over to all the important members on their team.
And the brutal thing is, they didn't even really need to win the fight in kills or anything, but they still did, and they still also got the Void Grub, so it's like a Christmas and birthday party combined for them. And maybe they also get a chance to get the 6th Void Grub, but it doesn't really matter anyway. They get 4 or more, while T1 gets absolutely none of those, so it's a very good chunk of turret pressure added to the side of Kwangdong Freecs challengers, and it was already very high pressure for them because of the winning Ryze versus Cannon matchup that doesn't get any easier from here. The Catalyst, as you mentioned earlier, is now finished, so the sustain is even more disgusting for Lancer's side. And yeah, now they finished the 6th Void Grub, so every auto attack from Ryze will chipple away at the turret, and it will be almost twice as strong as it otherwise would be, and that definitely plays into the cards of Kwangdong Freecs challengers. T1 Academy at least gets a small consolation points in the second Drake, but if that remains to be of higher importance, remains to be seen. It will just be an Infernal Drake and an Ocean Drake. Early Ocean Drakes tend to be very nice, but the individual Drake sets, they do not really matter all too much.
Yeah, it does buy them a little bit of time, so if they fall even further behind, they don't have to worry about the dragon stacking of the enemy team for quite some time now, because they already secured the first 2, so it's 4 drakes for KDF to the soul, obviously, so at least it buys them a little bit of leeway in the next few minutes. They don't have to contest every single dragon, so just a small little slimmer of hope for the side of T1. They're not too far behind in gold. Actually, they're pretty close still, but the grubs almost always come back to bite you. We can see the Orianna is already pushing down the tower, and that's going to be the first big spike of gold, 425 for the Orianna for the last plate on the top lane tower. So now slowly but surely the gold advantage is going to grow.
It absolutely will, and we see mid lane matchup looking very good, top lane matchup looking disastrous for the side of T1, a cannon that's fallen behind. In general, it's already not a nice thing, and in this matchup where you can just not get the push ever, really hard for him to play this game at all. Yeah, doesn't really look too hot. Bot lane is that one thing that's going well for the side of T1, but I'm not quite sure if Reckless can make up the difference of all the top side that's really here in this game, especially with a poke virus. Maybe he can snipe a kill or two off in the team fight and then turn it around, but that's the thing with poke virus, right? Where I'm turning a little bit into Marby right here. Yeah, it is decent in the early game. You can snatch a kill or two in a fight if you play it to perfection, but you do not have that good of a reliable DPS, and that's not a good sign if you're in a game where you really need to be a difference maker.
This might be a good sign though. Guyon is here and they finally get a kill back. They can't really push onto Bull, but nice little catch. Set up the trap and executed it very nicely, especially considering Smash is not a support player, so played with his vision, played with his trap advantage there on the Caitlyn very nicely. An insta call in of Guwon, they get a kill back. The jungler gets a little bit of gold for himself, and they reset the mid lane map position too. I actually wanted to talk about the Chemtech Soul and the individual Chemtech Drakes, because they get kind of scoffed at a lot by the community, but I think in this game it's actually hugely advantageous to KDF, especially if they're able to get multiple of those dragons, or the Soul in the end, because so many of their champions have sustained their kit, or get tankier the lower they are, or the more they fight. Think about Wukong, think about Rice especially. Those champions will benefit greatly from being just a little bit tankier, especially when they fall back to low HP. And then they have Sustain, they have Conqueror to get back. So I think actually Chemtech Soul, especially with 4 Chemtech Dragons and added shield and healing power, would be devastating to fight against for this Kwangdong Freecs composition.
Yeah, that's a great point you make, and it's also a point that speaks against T1 Academy, I dare say, as you just mentioned, right? I mean, if T1 gets this Chemtech Soul, it was also, of course, nice to have, and Chemtech Soul, it was considered the worst soul, and probably still is, despite the small buff that I think it got like a year ago, where it moved from like 10% bonus damage and tankiness to like 11%. It's probably still not that good for T1's competition, right? They all basically fall over like flies, aside from the Nocturne maybe, and maybe not the Cannon if he just manages to finish the Zonia's Hourglass at some point of the game. And even that stasis isn't gonna really interact with the Chem Soul in any way either. So, doesn't look too hot for the side of T1. Especially with that Drake choice, it's just no good. But even aside from that, right, the game's not looking too hot for them. The solo lanes are both not performing, and they have been the hard carries for them in the last game. Reckless and Smash are doing very well, but they also aren't picks that aren't really that good of a late game guarantee with the Caitlyn support and the poke virus. So,
That teleport is very questionable.
Yeah, will it even go through? It will go through.
They do have the Nocturne ult, and they're coming in from all the angles. That's a huge cannon ultimate, but he goes down so quickly. That cannon is absolutely useless. And there's Smash in between 2 enemy members. They're out of nowhere, an Azir turret, and it's focusing Lancer. Lancer's gonna go down to the tower, but Poby in trouble. Poby gets another kill back, 2 kills to the Azir. Maybe their hope for the late game, but in the end KDF still with better position on the map, but they can't immediately go to the dragon. So, okay, the dragon only spawns in 45 seconds too. So a little bit of a questionable fight there from T1, but they do get 2 of the kills onto Poby.
Poby kind of saved this fight for them. I mean, if not for his hero play, where he trades a 2-for-1, it would have been just a small loss for them, despite the huge flank that actually got off by the side of Dal. And that's what's worrying me, right? You hardly get a better... Yeah, he's level 10. He's under-leveled. That's a problem. It was, like, mechanically and, like, decision-wise, a good flank by the side of T1 and Dal. But even that almost perfect scenario for them was not turning into a huge winning fight for them. It was still just a 2-for-2, and if not for Poby's hero play, it would have been a lost fight for them even. And it won't really amount to much, because the Drake will spawn in like 30 seconds after the Drake is over. And for that, Kwangdong Freecs can just recollect their stuff, just go to base and shop. Some were forcefully put there, they say, and just set up this Drake and start contesting those, as T1 will probably have to respect this one and maybe even give it to them. And even if not, right, it's affordable for the side of Kwangdong Freecs challengers to just drop one more Drake because it's just a Chemtech Drake. They only really need to start going for the potential soul.
Yeah, but I don't even think they have to drop it here. I think they're still in good position to just recall and get back on the map. So, T1 with the kills on Poby, there's always hope for the late game Azir hyper carry, right? That can always happen. And even though we have a Varus who's gonna go for the poke build, which, as you pointed out earlier, doesn't have the DPS to solo carry, he can definitely assist the Azir carry, right? So if Azir gets into a position where he can hyper carry the game, the Varus can definitely set up a little bit of snipe poke damage or set up his ultimate to make it easier for the Azir to fight. So not all hope is lost in game number 4 for T1.
Yeah, it's not as one-sided as the previous 3 games were. I mean, this is what we have to say. Gotta say though, those 3 games were very one-sided, so it's maybe not that big of a surprise if we get maybe like one closer game. But I mean, this game looks like a 60-40 for Kwangdong Freecs, I would say. Maybe a bit more, even maybe it's actually not doing them justice as how far ahead Lancer is of Dal, and Dal's definitely struggling to find any impact in this game, but it's definitely not something that's unheard of where T1 would maybe find a comeback here, especially when Azir is in the game. A champion that, in my opinion, is conceptually broken, right? He's just an AoE, magic damage, DPS champion that can also find huge engages on his own and has mobility. Yeah, exactly. Disengages as well. I mean, why not? And also randomly can create a turret in the middle of the team fight, which he just now did, and to secure a double kill. So I mean, the hope is fading away slowly, but it's not gone, and the hope relies on Poby and his Azir. So there's definitely something to take away from this game still for T1.
Yeah, if you think about Azir, as we have a little bit of time, it's little ridiculous what this champion can do. It's a strong laner with amazing late game, with self peel, with mobility, not really any mana problems, has more DPS through auto attacks, which is basically a standalone thing for any AP champion. But then can also engage if you need him to engage, because why not? So it's like, okay, this champion can just do everything he wants to do, and that's why he's always in meta for pro play and has to be nerfed into oblivion. Do you know the base damages of Azir's abilities right now?
Is it like 80 or something?
It's
So
crazy low. I think Azir's Q has a base damage of like 150 on max skill, which usually you're closer to 300 when your max skill is an ability. It's absolutely crazy how low his damage numbers have to be for him to be even approaching balanced.
I mean, there have been times where an Azir Q would just poke you to half
Or
HP if
110.
you are a carry. So, yeah, magic damage base level. It starts with 60 and goes up to 140. But yeah,
It's so low.
that's low. Yeah, I mean, and it deserves to be low. Is what we need to highlight here, because Azir used to be able to not just DPS in AoE with magic damage, he would also be able to burst. And now at least he cannot burst as well anymore. I think if you are like a Yumi approaching an Azir Q in the late game, you still die in 2 hits, but that's what you deserve when you get hit by this as a Yumi, of course. Either way. Very nice champion this Azir is, of course, and the one remaining hope T1 basically has here, because I also, aside from that, like in Nocturne's power budget, a large part of the power budget is his ultimate being global, denying vision, and him just being able to strike the distance. In a straight conventional 5v5, the Wukong vastly outclasses what the Nocturne can bring to the table as well. So in
We
that
already
regard, you're
saw in
also
this
not
game
really
that the
being
Wukong
that
kind
good.
of just does the same as the cannon, no? Like the cannon went in, ulted, and the Wukong ulted on top of the cannon, and everyone was just stunned or knocked up at the same time. So the cannon was kind of cancelled out, which shouldn't happen because cannon is a huge power budget of your team composition, right? He's the one coming from the side. He's the one trying to really focus everyone into a small little circle. And if the Wukong can just stand on top of the cannon and do the same, then you trade it very unevenly in those two resources.
Yeah, and Cannon Ultimate is supposed to blow you up in 2 seconds, and Wukong is like a bit more drawn out for the time, but it even got shifted towards like percent HP damage, and it shreds tanks surprisingly well, and it has 2 instances because the clone can also recast the ultimate. And yeah, the Cannon versus Wukong is a bit like you versus the guy she told you not to worry about, right? So insane how the Wukong basically does the cannon's job, but better right now.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think in the last team fight, also the level, it was a huge contributing factor. Cannon from level 10 to level 11 is such a huge power spike. He gets so much stronger, especially considering all the extra penetration he already has at this point and so on. So that level 10 cannon ultimate really didn't hurt anyone. And if he was level 11, maybe he could have turned the fight around and found a little bit more burst damage at the start. In this case, it was only really to stun people. It was kind of like a support cannon, and that's not what you want to see from your top laner.
At least Reckless is used to having support cannons around, right? No,
True.
Actually, he was the one piloting it. That's
He
an
was the
AD carry
cannon,
champion.
the ADC
Yeah,
cannon.
but the ultimates on an AD cannon kind of are like support cannon, right? You don't really have the AP value of it.
Well, we're back into the game, and taking stock of the situation right now, we are 32k to 30.6k. So actually, the gold lead not super big, but of course the 6 grubs can still kind of explode the gold lead. If they ever win a single team fight and march into a lane, they can instantly kill 2 turrets at once, or destroy them, I should say. So still advantageous map positioning and also scaling advantage for the side of KDF, but traps are T1's way of getting back into the game. They already got a huge pick earlier, this time not quite able to kill Quantum again.
Yeah, and we also lost the scoreboard, so I would advise our dear observer Spoots to press the O button once, so we can get that one back. Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, there it is. And we see actually how the Drake is contested, which is not at all. Kwangdong Freecs just snacks this one up for free, as nobody dares to challenge Courage in this one. Nobody had the courage to contest the Monkey King. And with that, yeah, the Drake Soul Stack win condition for T1, if that even was a win condition for them, is now also gone for at least a while. And Kwangdong Freecs gets more time to get the Wise to the scaling point, but he's on a lot of ages. If it hits 10 stacks, he will be very happy in this game, as he will then have even more of a presence within this. He is on a full item, but this full item doesn't really have his full value yet. And there's also Bull approaching 2 items very soon. Reckless, to his own standard, of course, is on 2 items, as the lethality items are a bit cheaper than the crit items. So at least he is power spiking right now. But that's the thing, right? What can T1 really fight right now? It's not like they can even dare to force a Baron and then bait on the fight or anything. They definitely need to rely on those traps and all those picks that they get in maybe side lane rotations towards Kwangdong Freecs, which they got early on when they caught Quantum. Aside from that, there's not really much for them to gain.
Yeah, and I think they, as I said earlier, with the dragons taken early on in the game, they can now relax a bit, try to not overforce. Of course, they don't want to bleed too much gold, so whenever the enemy team is gonna try to get into their jungle or into the range of their towers, then they're going to have to fight back. But as long as KDF doesn't really do much, they can just sit back and scale a bit, get a few more items for Poby, get Reckless to a better state, and especially get Dahl a few levels under his belt, because he's now 2 levels down on Rice, and Rice doesn't even have his stacks yet, so Rice is going to get another free level in a few minutes, and that's going to be a 3 or 4 level advantage on the enemy top laner. So at this point, or at that point I should say, Cannon can't even enter lane against the Rice anymore without fearing for his life. So it's not getting better on the side lane, but I still think T1, they have a few minutes to just farm up a storm.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? They can farm up a storm for a few minutes, but they aren't really scaling better, I'm afraid. It's just the pick reliance that they have on their side. But how can you really create picks when there's like nothing that really forces Kwangdong Freecs' hand? They can just sit back and scale on their own. They are probably happy if the game just prolongs for a few minutes with nothing really happening on either side. And this time, ironically, the team that's ahead is just trying to scale next to the other team, because it's just a late game composition that got ahead early, kind of to say. And it's very hard to really touch this composition, right? With Rice being so strong, he's also like somewhat tanky for a mage standard, I would say. And very soon to complete at least one of his stacking items. Just now it happened with the Seraph's Embrace being in his inventory right now. And here's the Flash Engage.
And there is an easy kill on Guwon, very nicely done. Now, can they actually transition this into the Baron? Enemy jungler dead, this will force T1's hand. Will they contest the Baron, or will they just give this up and hope for a better situation later? Very, very difficult choice, because they can't steal the Baron, so they can't go for a suicide mission to try and steal the Baron. They probably have to fight, and here's Dahl, he's scouting. He does have his ultimate and his flash available, so maybe he can do something, be the hero, as T1 is teleporting, and there's Reckless coming onto our screen. Rice is finally reinforcing his team as well. Everyone on the top side. We have two sides of the coin, and Courage, he's looking for the engage. Oh, there's a huge engage from Cannon, but he's maybe a little bit too early. The rest of his team not ready for the engagement. Now Dull in big trouble. Dull flashes away. He gets the kill somehow. I have no idea how. On Quantum, but now KDF. It's chaos all across the map. But it seems like KDF is going to be the victors of this fight. They're a little low. Can they still do the Baron? I don't think so. So T1 actually got what they came for. They stopped the big objective. Yes, they bled a few more kills, but in the end, it's all worth it for them.
And it's a shockwave, and Proby getting chunked. He might just die to the turret shot, but it probably won't be enough. It won't be enough. And Proby yet again saving them, right? He was getting up the pick onto its bull at the later wax of the Baron, and aside from that, it was just an extended 4-for-2 trade for the side of KDF, which is of course very favorable for them. But T1 probably happy that they could prevent the Baron. There was the paranoia on the side of KDF that they just have Reckless stepping into Gumayusi's shoes and stealing away a Baron with a potential Varus Q snipe. So that's why they went for the fight, and it looked kind of awkward, I gotta say, because Dahl was popping the Slicing Maelstrom before he went over with the Blast Cone, so he kind of lost time on his ultimate there.
Yeah, he
and
lost
he
a
did
lot of time
surprisingly
there.
good damage, despite being so behind. It at least killed Quantum over there, so the bot lane from Kwangdong Freecs Challengers was dying. And considering their position, it was a surprisingly close fight, I say, and enough for Kwangdong Freecs Challengers to pull away from the Baron, which was the ultimate goal of what T1 wanted here.
And I think Kwangdong is... oh, never mind, no time for that. Guwon once again gets engaged on, has to flash away. Now the ultimate from Dahl trying to isolate. No, it's just the clone. So Dahl once again using his ultimate without any kind of success. And look at the bottom side. That's 700 gold and a tower for the Rise, who's very quickly approaching level 16. And don't forget, level 16 is a huge power spike for Rise because he gets another 30% extra damage on his Q, which is going to happen any minute now. He's fully stacked on the Rod of Ages, he's fully stacked on the Seraph Embrace, so this Rise is well and truly online now.
It absolutely is, and the Drake just now spawned, but Kwangdong Freecs doesn't care. Don't get tricked by the overlay. It says Ocean Drake, but it is actually a Camp Tech Drake, as this bug hasn't been fixed as of yet. Here we see Kwangdong Freecs tanking the Baron. This is like one of the small comeback changes for T1, right? Baron still hurts a lot at the 25-minute mark, and especially not just only shreds your HP bar, but also your resistances. And if their resistances are low, especially something like a Poke Varus can deal extraordinary damage towards you. So Kwangdong Freecs, despite being in a good position, still needs to be careful. And also, they can afford to just play it slower on the Baron, as they have Lancer in the side lane, or at the Drake, just soloing the Drake. Why not? He can just do that, as nobody can approach him in a 1v1, maybe not even in a 1v2. So he's definitely fine to just solo the objectives, or in this current case, just do it together with Courage to secure the Drake and just get small advantages over and over and let T1 bleed out slowly.
Yeah, and look at the other solo lane as well. Oh, yeah, we're going to look at him on screen now, and he's actually getting caught. That's a huge shutdown if they're able to get that. Unfortunately, going to the Nocturne, but still, the shutdown is very important because he was starting to stack up the pages. There were 9 pages on his little book there, so that's a hugely valuable pick, an insta-sell from Kwangdong. Just getting rid of the Magi is probably an embarrassment. He bought the Magi and died pretty quickly afterwards. But he's still a very strong Orianna, even though he got shut down there, because he's approaching level 16 as well. And yeah, maybe not quite as big as a power spike as some of the other champions in the game, but still, level 3 ultimate for Orianna finally really deals some decent damage. And with all the short-range champions on the other side, there is some potential for the Shockwave to turn the fight in KDF's favor.
Yeah. Yeah, this is actually a small overtap by the side of Kwangdong Freecs Challengers, I'm afraid to say, because there was nobody really in position to punish this global ultimate play by the side of T1, so he used to paranoia, but here Smash is getting caught, so Courage picking up this one. It is just a support, so this Caitlyn death might not be as influential as it usually is when a Caitlyn dies, but still, this is just enough for Kwangdong Freecs to say we just pull the trigger, start out the Baron, and maybe bait on another fight. Remember, the paranoia is still down, Nocturne also flashless, there's no blast plant, so they might just rush down this Baron here.
Here they come, there's Guwon, they have maybe an option, and there's Dahl with the ultimate on top of Quantum, but that's just the support, and he's gonna not even trade his life. He's going to go down. Hello, can someone execute him? There we go. On the other side, we have
Realm War.
Rise, and there's a Realm War. This should be the fight that wins and secures the game. That's a 5-0, or 4-0, I should say, because Smash died before that. Very, very, very dominant performance from KDF in this team fight, and they're going to go to the Baron, get their prize, and finally crack open the base of T1.
Yeah, it will absolutely be the Baron, a 4-0 or a 5-0 in the extended fight of this one. I was actually worried if they might just go for the game instead of the Baron, but it's still enough turrets to be pushed for this to be prevented by the side of T1 Academy. Here we see Baron just now being secured by them. Mid lane tier 2 turret in the meantime as well, and Kwangdong Freecs probably just one more fight, one more push away from the finish line here. They are now 7,000 gold ahead. Lancer is absolutely untouchable. Nobody can approach them on the side of T1, and one pick was enough to really force the hand of T1, and there wasn't really anything that T1 could do about it, right? Because Paranoia was down, Flash was down. They had to just walk up close towards the Baron or just accept that it's gone, and them not accepting that it's gone is actually understandable on their side, because the game is probably over either way. Might just try more with one final fight, and Dull got in a decent slicing Maelstrom, but he just doesn't have the damage for it.
And you talked about there being no exhaust into cannon, which I really like to stress every single time we see a cannon as well. But it really didn't matter in this game. Like, the cannon is kind of perma-exhausted just from the game itself. He's minus 40% damage because he's just so far behind, maybe even more than that. So they really didn't need the exhaust here. 1-5 cannon. There's another engage, and Poby's already dead. Guwan is trying to get anything in there, and there's Dull. And this time he actually gets decent damage. He heals his team as well with the AoE. Now he's dead. There is the Lucian chasing down the enemy jungler, and he is going to maybe get in range. That is a very, very fast
very
Nocturne.
huge.
Yeah, Nocturne is gonna scuttle away there, but in the meantime, KDF already on the enemy next inhibitor turrets, I should say, and Lancer, no one can even get close to this absolutely terrifying level 17 Rise, now level 18, so the two AD carries in the enemy team, you can see them just walking away from this monster for top laner. They found another great top lane pick, and yeah, I have to say, KDF, I mean, on blue side, every team so far has been very dominant. This, definitely the closest game so far. We are going to crest the 30-minute mark, but that's all it's gonna be, because KDF is pushing down the enemy nexus.
Yeah, Poby for now at least surviving, and he's the hero playmaker for them in the meantime. So he just recreates the Nexus turret. Remember, they can still finish despite Azir turret being there. It's something that cannot really prevent the final push. But Poby maybe going for one more hero play. He has Flash, he has ultimate. Here he goes for Witch, Rumor Shuffle on towards the Oriana. Gets the kill, gets another kill, and securing here Bull, and that's a third kill. And actually, this might just be a one fight by the side of T1. They actually get the full ace here, I think. Quantum just barely surviving, and those are very huge shutdowns just before the potential final push from Kwangdong Freecs.
And also the dragon now just spawned, which is gonna grant them a little bit more of an objective bounty. So that's a big and big swing in terms of gold for T1. They're still gonna be behind by 8-9k gold, but still will give them a little bit of extra money to maybe get to another item. Will make Dahl a little bit more relevant, and he's approaching level 16, so maybe the cannon can actually get out of this hole that he dug himself. He's now on his path to potentially even Rabadons later on. And yeah, unfortunately we can't see this amazing engage again, but Poby turning the game around with a huge 5-man ultimate on the Azir.
Yeah, I kind of saw that one coming with his Summoner spell being up in the ultimate as well. And you were about to make the finishing call there. Need to stop it for a little bit. Either way, I did not expect this to actually work. What I expected was Poby just going for a desperation engage and then just kind of dying. But apparently Kwangdong Freecs challengers were not that ready for it. Flashes are up on the side of all their carries right now, aside from Lancer and the Melio not having it. Maybe something that could lead to him getting picked off again. But it's still an open nexus on the side of T1 Academy. They need to be very careful that this doesn't just get pushed in. Also, inhibitors are still down, so it can be over quite fast, especially with such a strong side laner like the Wise on the side of Lancer here, who is just now also decked out with a Zoneless Hourglass, so He can very safely approach anything here, and this minion should finish the turret. There are no turrets left.
So engage from Wukong, and on the other side, Poby trying to get on top of the enemy support, but that's only the support. Still, Poby gets one kill back. Reckless against Courage. Reckless has to flash away, and the Nexus is open. Someone has to come back and have Reckless defend, but there's no one left. The Nexus is open, and KDF, one more push. Yes, they got pushed back by Poby. Poby's heroic effort in the last push, but this time they just blast through the enemy base and get game number 4. We're going to game 5 in the first best of 5.
And I gotta say, I appreciate T1 cooking with this double AD carry bot lane play, and also having Poby just go for hero play after hero play and almost succeeding, but Lancer's wise counter pick was just too much. I think this pick was like the pivotal pick in this draft to really just shut down the cannon and virtually exhaust him with the wise W. It kind of feels like being exhausted when you get hit by it, right? With the heavy slow being in and you can't really walk up to damage anyone. Either way, that was a very beautiful performance by Lancer especially, and the whole team of Kwangdong Freecs challengers definitely stepped up, and they deservedly forced game 5 here.
Yeah, and the thing is, usually when we watch League without Fearless Draft, there are counter matchups. Of course, there are counter matchups. But in modern League, counter matchups don't really work like they do in Dota, as I've heard, where a counter matchup really just completely shuts out the enemy champion. It's more like, okay, it's a small advantage. It's still playable, though. It's gonna have lane priority, but in the end, he's gonna be fine. Like, if you think of all the counter Camille matchups, that's usually how it goes. She loses a bit, but then she still gets to scale and be relevant. But when we're 30 bans deep, or actually 40 bans deep, if you include the actual bans of the game, then the counter matchups really matter. Then we see stuff like Rise into Cannon, where the Cannon just suffers. He tried to make the play in the top lane to get the early solo kill, failed, and from that point on, he was just so far behind the Rise, scaled, got stronger, and there was nothing to do against this monster.
Yeah, and it looks like our beautiful observer Spoots has stayed in the game lobby for now and is ready to deliver a replay for us. So let's watch this one and see once more what Poby tried to do, the heroic last effort for him.
Yeah, this is an open Nexus situation, but look at this. It was a 3-man ultimate only, but he got on top of all 5 members and they're focused on him, but they all die so quickly. Dal with a beautiful follow-up. That was just absolutely class from Poby. He showed his just vision for the game, and I mean, he had a lot of experience in the actual LCK, and you can see in the Challenger League, he can definitely make a name for himself as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And just unfortunate that they didn't end up closing out the series with this one, as they were basically down to death's door in this instance. But Poby at least could prolong the game a little bit longer in this one. But overall, of course, gotta say that Kwangdong Freecs just stepped up, deservedly forced game 5 here. And now, we are with one more game left, not a lot of champions left, and Silver Scrapes before the game to hype us up for this final game that will decide who will immediately advance to the semifinals of the cup. So
stay with us. Wee woo weep.
Tudu,
We are back
tudu.
to game 5. It's the first series of the playoffs, or the knockout stage as it's officially called, and T1 Challengers Academy, against KDF Challengers instantly went to game 5, and so far all of the teams have won on blue side, or every single blue side game was a victory. T1 should be back on blue side if everything goes according to everything we know. So T1 probably the favorites now to win this series, but Quincy, you actually don't believe in them, right?
I'm a bit torn because on one hand, blue side traditionally wins every game in this series. On the other hand, I'm not that convinced by T1 Academy's wins. Because the first game was kind of shaky despite the head start they got at the level 1 fight where they went in 4-0. And game 3 was just individual masterclass from Bo5 mostly. Gotta give credit where credit is due though. Game 3 in general, they just had a better macro sense in executing out their lane swap, and from that on, it was just Kwangdong Freecs challengers just kind of racing against the clock and never really getting to play part in this game for real. So I think T1 is definitely far from chances. Obviously, I mean this is a game 5, but I wouldn't say they are the favorite just because they are blue side.
Well, we're gonna see. We also don't really know what's gonna happen in the draft. No one has been able to really confirm if Game 5 is still gonna follow the fearless draft rules or not. We could also just be back to normal meta, which would be a complete reset, because after 4 games of, especially looking at the last game, we were very far away from the actual meta that is happening across the globe right now. So we might just be back to the Zixes, to the... I mean, Smolder is banned every time, but you know the champions. Let's see, we might also be at the absolute dreamland where 80 champions are banned, and we might see some wacky stuff. So we're not quite sure. We're going to be as surprised as you are. Once we go into the draft, which is gonna be just 1 or 2 minutes away. So there we are. There is our beautiful transition. T1 is over back to blue side, and the Corki is banned, which instantly signals that we don't have fearless. So we are back to everything is open. It's game number 5. I think this is the fairest way to decide the series. Both teams can play what they practiced with, and we instantly see all the champions we've already seen in the series banned away. It's Corki, it's Renekton, and of course it's still Rumble and Smolder on the other side.
Yeah, no surprise in that regard, and I can also confirm from watching the Korean stream in another tab that they used to display all the previously banned champions due to the fearless format. Now they stopped doing that, so that to me tells, yeah, it's all open again. And I mean, of course, the behavior of the teams, right? You wouldn't ban Corki and Renekton if they were already out before it. Same goes for the Vi, of course. Which means Aurora is open yet again and instantly picked by T1, so they consider that to be the most broken stuff on the patch, I dare say. And yeah, we've seen this in game 1 as well. And there they answered with Yone, which I didn't like, and they log it in again, which I still don't like.
Yeah, we're back to game number 1. None of these games ever happened, apparently, because this was the exact same response from KDF, and it really didn't work. But you have to remember, game number 1 was decided in a level 1 team fight, so they didn't really get to play out their responses. T1 also is very happy with just playing the same again, it looks like. The Jace Hover, I think, is just a diversion. I think they're going to go back to Tristana because Bo5 had a pop-off game on this Tristana. Instead, they will lock in the Ziggs.
They will log in the Ziggs, and this is like the only adaptation from the game 1 draft where they picked Aurora, Ziggs, and Tristana at the first 3. The Maokai is something they ended up picking later on either way, but they now dropped the Tristana for now. So maybe also them realizing that they kind of won this game 1 to some extent at least, of the lucky level 1 fight where Tristana got all the kills, and this is the only change for now for them. For Kwangdong Freecs, no change yet, right? The Jhin was also the lock-in for the side of Bull at the R3
Jhin was
pick.
picked game 2, no?
No, I think it was game 1. Oh, wait, really? You're right. Actually, it was Kalista.
I think it was banned in game number 1, second stage.
Kalista was the pick game 1, yeah. So the Jhin actually is an adaptation. Thanks for correcting me on this one. But the Tristana is still something that KDF does not want to play against, which I understand, of course. But I mean, this is also now a situation where T1 can just bait out more bans, as they haven't revealed the flex yet. It could still be Aurora mid lane into Yone, which is also a matchup that Aurora can definitely flourish in. On another note, the Yone on the side of KDF also something that is potentially still a top lane Yone, so there are still like some options left for both sides where they can play a few tricks with the flex options. So now the Jace being taken away, maybe getting baited a little bit by the hover on the side of Poby. So also KDF aware of the potential flex, as Jace is mostly a top lane champ.
Jace is actually considered like a real option here. That would kind of indicate to me that they want to put Aurora into the mid lane instead, because Jace, I mean, he can be played mid lane, of course, but
Yeah.
maybe they wanted to put the Aurora into the mid lane, though actually Dal had a very decent game in game number 1 on the Aurora, so I kind of would just pick it for him again. Then
Senna
again,
Wukong. Oh, no, not Senna Wukong.
that's Wukong
What?
top lane apparently. Yeah, well, so our suspicions were correct. Aurora is gonna go to the mid lane, or maybe even bot lane. We could also enter with Ziggs mid lane and Aurora bot lane. I've never seen her played in bot lane, but I wouldn't put it past her.
I wouldn't assume that it will be picked though, because Dix is just such a comfort champion for Smash especially, and it's just a more conventional way to go with things. Either way, KDF with also a very interesting response, that I say. They actually won Sejuani in the jungle, paired by 2 melee solo lanes, which are the Crit brothers themselves. And yeah, maybe we see the Yone trailer gameplay, where it's actually just Yasuo ulting in and Yone ulting on top of that one. Oh, actually it's other way around, because this is actually possible. Either way, this might just be a cool cinematic thing that they will pull off. However, based on what we see in game 1, and even aside from the fact that they ran this Tristana competition that got a hit so early, I still think T1 is a good edge here. Gotta say though, it looks like Wukong mid lane for Poby, which is even more interesting.
Shout out to chat, who actually they actually saw this coming earlier than we did. And another very interesting little detail there in the draft. T1's swapped last second. The 2 Crit brothers, they were Yone top and Yasuo mid lane, and then in the very last second they swapped them around in a way so that KDF couldn't respond to them, because as you pointed out earlier, Yone against Aurora is a really bad matchup for the Yone. Now, I'm not familiar with the Yasuo matchup, but it looks like they are a little bit more comfortable with the Yasuo into Aurora. So they waited for the enemy team to not have the time to switch back, and now put the Yasuo into the Aurora lane. So let's see how that pans out for KDF. I'm excited to see triple melee topside with the Sejuani, because that's always so much playmaking, so much skirmishing in the early game. So hopefully this time KDF can actually find a good opening in the early game.
And I think the Yasuo is not as screwed as the Yone is in their Raw matchup because of one important ability, and it's the Wind Wall, right? I mean, you can just deny so much against ranged champions with that one, so the Yasuo at least has like some counterplay against what Aurora can really harass him with. Gotta say though, the Yone probably does not like to fight either into the Aurora or into the Wukong. Both kind of sound like favored for the other side of the coin here. So let's wait and see how the Yone from Kwangdong really plays out here, and if he actually gets to lane, because the Wukong matchup kind of sets up as well. And really again, oh, come on. I mean,
The
it might turn out
third level
differently
1
though.
fight of the series, potentially. There we go, both teams agree to fight, but this doesn't look good for KDF. KDF out of there, KDF courage has to flash away. Oh, there's the Yone, Yone goes down, it's a one for, Sejuani went down, not Yone. There's Yone now going down, and that's a huge win for T1 yet again. You can't do this over and over again, KDF. At some point, it's your fault. At some point, it's not luck anymore. T1 wins another huge level 1 fight and get away with 3 kills to their names.
Did we really wait 4 games just for KDF to flip the game at level 1? It's absolutely insane either way. This time it's a bit
Same
less
spot
one-sided.
as well. The exact same spot. They just
same
agreed to
spot.
fight again.
same spawn and almost same draft. I mean, of course, there are some changes, but at least like more than half of the draft remains the same, I gotta say. So there's at least some similarities there. Maybe they were confident because this time they got the well, and last time it was actually Reckless piloting the champion. But the Wukong, level 1, very strong fighter. Due to the stone skin passive, he gets extraordinarily tanky the later this one goes, and can of course reset as well as the standard does, but still probably very happy with how this one played out. And there was not much time to really reset there. Probably actually went for it and TP'd instantly onto the wave onto the turret to really be there. So he's ahead by one longsword. Got it there though. The Yone also got another longsword, so he can actually trade back quite decently here.
Yeah, and oh, there's the first gank of the melee combination, and this is why I love to see the Sejuani paired up with with strong lanings, melee champs with a lot of gap closing, because it's so easy to get the stacks on top of the enemy, and I think Yasuo especially also applies stacks with his Q, because it counts as a normal as an auto attack,
be, yeah.
so you get to 4 stacks so quickly, and something happened in mid lane, solo kill for Poby. Which is a little bit surprising after we saw what happened earlier in the lane, but Poby hit level 3 and apparently had the burst to get rid of Kwangdong there. Now it's 4-2 in kills, but a good fight back for KDF in the top lane, because that was a shutdown on Dahl, who secured 2 of the early kills, which means now Lancer is also quite far ahead.
Yeah, like matchup-wise, I wasn't surprised by Wukong in solo killing the Yone, but from what I have seen just a few seconds earlier in this instant, it looked like it was actually Kwangdong having the upper hand there, but...
I think it was with Kwangdong's rune choice, actually, that carried him level 1, because unfortunately Poby never got to use his Conqueror, really, while Kwangdong got like 4 or 5 stacks of his grasp, but then the grasp doesn't really help in like one short engagement, right? So I think it's actually rune choices that decided the fights in the mid lane.
It could be, but the thing is, Poby was so low that I actually had doubts in thinking that he could actually get surviving long enough to really make use of the Conqueror, so it was kind of surprising to me. And yeah, with Grasp being on cooldown, maybe there was still an edge for him where he could avoid as much damage as possible and still be tanky enough to really jiggle around it. So now, Poby with a solo kill. It is T1 still with a slight lead, but considering how that level 1 fight went, it's actually not that big of a lead, because as you said, the shutdown on Aurora so early on for the Yasuo was also very huge in impacting the gold curve. So Yasuo was definitely off to a decent start on the side of KDF challengers, and the game might be the closest game we've seen so far. Poby now also again on the Yone, and with the snapback this will be a dead Yone.
Yep,
Can they get...
it will indeed. And the kill goes to Poby. How? Ah, he actually killed him on the way back. I think he died before he even got back there, because Poby just auto-attacked him on his way back. He didn't want to share the kill with Guwon. A little greedy, maybe. Shared kill is always nice for the goal total, but of course the kill on the carry in the mid lane is definitely advantageous. And with this, the mid lane does look very much in favor of T1.
Absolutely. I mean, it was Wukong dominating the game last time, where it really outshined the Nocturne pick. This time it's a mid lane Wukong for Poby, starting off 3-0-2 in 5 minutes of gameplay. Definitely a great start for him, and he's definitely one of the champions that can make the life of an enemy bruiser, or in this case fighter like the Yasuo and the Yone, who was surprisingly squishy, definitely miserable. And also, if he just gets a good engage on towards the Jhin, Bull also doesn't really have an easy time to play the game. So Wukong accelerating here is very, very hard, because he just gets so much armor, right? And he's basically playing into a full AD composition. He's definitely not easy to kill this time.
Yeah, he is suffering a bit in the CS department, which is also going to translate into a little bit of an experience disadvantage, but it doesn't matter because he got the gold from the kills and he's going to recover in terms of CS. He just played the lane a little bit from further away and tried to just invest all his resources into killing Kwangdong instead of actually securing every single CS. But yeah, as I said before, 3 kills are definitely gonna make up for that, or more than make up for those CS he lost. And now Kwangdong has to be incredibly careful. Look at his items. Of course, he has to go aggressive on the Yone. He can't really opt into too many defensive options, especially when the rest of his team is already Sejuani Rel. So they need his damage, but this is only gonna make him more squishier and also easier to kill.
Yeah, the times of Sunfire Yone are luckily out and no longer happening. which would maybe make it easier for him to survive these, but he has to rush the lifesteal item first, which is the Blade of the Wood King. We see the components in his inventory where he's going for this one, as we see the first Void Drop generation going the way of Kwangdong Freecs challengers. Nothing that's really contested by the side of T1. They instead move towards the Drake, which makes sense, right? They have the
Pretty
Maokai
slow,
on top.
though.
Bot lane being pushed up. Yeah, they're kind of slow considering the fact that they were ahead of the curve beforehand, and definitely buying more time than we expected towards the side of Courage to potentially still contest this one, but Courage doesn't look to be contesting this one. They are just pulling away from the Drake, just farming his camps, and it will just be the first Drake towards T1 Academy, and it will be an Infernal, so at least a tiny chip of extra damage for everything that they have.
Yeah, I thought maybe there was an opportunity for KDF to contest this dragon, but with numbers advantage and the huge mid lane discrepancy, I think it's safer to just not try anything fancy there and just focus on the top side, which is going way better for them. So at the moment, the game stabilized back, and honestly, it's surprising to me that Pangyon is still dominating at least the shorter trades in mid lane. It looks like Wukong is struggling against the range. Which kind of makes sense because the two abilities of Yoda vastly outrange the Wukong. So Pangyon, for now, still in a decent position. Nice little flash from Guwon to get out of trouble, and this means it's back to just lane.
And the flash being away is maybe even not that horrible if you get two important key ultimates out of the side of Kwangdong Freecs challenger there. It's a lot of kill pressure gone for Pangyon and also for Courage to really make an impact in the top side of the map. But it's just a general trend, right? These wind rows just farm up so quickly here and so efficiently that both Dahl and Poby can't really keep up despite being in on paper good matchups for them. So Aurora definitely struggling in the CS department. Poby as well. They got the kills going for them, which is nice, but it just irks the question to me. What would have happened if this level 1 fight didn't happen? Because it looks like, at least laning wise, Kwangdong Freecs challengers are doing brilliantly.
Yeah, but at least they are, yeah, as you just pointed out, they're doing brilliantly in lanes, and yeah, they're still slightly behind and probably feeling a little bit annoyed at themselves for taking another fight, but at least they didn't lose the game outright like they did in game 1, so they give themselves a chance to fight back and maybe contest this blue side for the first time in the series, because so far, 4 games, 4 blue side wins for anyone coming in right now. T1 went back to the blue side, and so far all the teams, both teams have only won on the blue side, so this might be the best early game so far from a red side team.
Yeah, we do not talk about that nature's grasp that Guwon just unleashed, right? Because it was hitting absolutely nobody. I wasn't really familiar with the concept of a wave clear Maokai ultimate, and I won't be familiar with it afterwards either. So yeah, it was maybe even a misclick maybe because it looked so random all of a sudden. The curtain cut from Bull makes a tiny bit more sense, I gotta say. He was using it just to clear the wave and then instantly go back, recall and chop. As here we see a blue buff contest by the side of Kwangdong Freecs challengers, but there's everyone in.
Ultimate. And there are all the ultimate scenes. That's a huge Wukong, and there's the Ziggs ultimate as well. The snapback from Pangyon is gonna come in anytime soon, but he actually gets the kill on the Wukong. Now everyone is so low at KDF, they need to evacuate, but they get another kill first, and there's Yona ultimate. Now Smash is here, can he do anything? On the other side, there's the Aurora. Aurora gets 1 kill back, but she gets killed as well, and KDF coming out with a huge advantage. It's the skirmish composition, it's the triple melee combination, double crit brothers and Sejuani to set them up, and they walk away with a huge fight.
That corridor would have been nice set up for a huge Maokai ultimate, right? And yeah, it just
Yeah.
wasn't there. It's so sad actually. And Dahl also flashing in just to get a kill on the well and just giving away his life to the Yasuo, which is now the 3rd kill on the side of Lancer. Definitely not looking too hot for the side of T1 right now, as they just now fell behind more than 1000 gold, which is definitely a worrying trend for them, as they started off the game quite well again and couldn't really say to anything, right? They got this 1 Drake, but they also gave away a generation of Void Grubs. They fell behind in both solo lanes in the farm department. In the bot lane it looks fine, but it's also a Ziggs lane where it probably won't amount to much in either direction, I gotta say, as Quantum is here looking for potential dive. Yona is around.
Yeah, and Aurora doesn't have her ultimate, she does not have her flash, and she's a squishy mage champion. That should be an easy kill. There it is, Pangyon secures another kill for the melee combination, and this is getting scary for T1. After that early game, after that level 1 fight, everyone thought, okay, it's gonna be a repeat of game number 1 and game number 3, but now, all of a sudden, red side finally in an advantageous position, and they have such an easy composition to execute. Just press your buttons, and there's gonna be CC, there's gonna be damage, there's gonna be AoE. T1, they have to go back to the drawing board and think about what they're gonna do against these scary champions.
Oh, absolutely. Like the DPS in the Steam fight is looking a little bit whiffy, right? With Aurora kind of being there and providing decent damage, Dix also, but nothing really comparable to what a traditional AD carry brings. Now the other side has a Jhin, which is of course also not a traditional AD carry, but they have both these Wind Bros who deal insane damage once they actually get into melee range, and they get that with ease, right? There's a Sejuani being there, there's Yasuo and Yone who can work off of each other quite well. There's the family synergy going on. So Kwangdong Freecs challengers not worried at all that they bring in the damage to the table in these fights, and T1 so far really struggling.
No, the side laning is gonna be a huge problem. We just saw a little trade there, and this Aurora, she has 3 kills to her name, and she's still so far behind, and the enemy Yasuo was already dominating the trades. Oh, there's a little bit of a fight, but that's only the clone. KDF needs to disengage. There's a teleport coming, a nice disengage ultimate from Courage. They probably have to sacrifice their support. There is Quantum going down. Another kill secured by the Aurora, but I'm not actually sure if that's going to change anything about the matchup, because it looked like Aurora was under a lot of threat against the Yasuo. And if you think about later in the game, when there's a long side lane, both of these champs have to populate, then maybe the Yasuo can just chase her down through the minion wave, get on top of her, and just execute this Aurora in the top lane.
Might be, but at least this following response is the Drake to the side of T1, and they might just get a Drake Soulstack win condition in this game, which might be something that they need to hope for. The Hex Gates activate is what the announcer is saying, so we will potentially get a Hex Tech Soul in this game, and this might be what T1 would need to really be a little bit more sticky, land their key damage, especially with the Ziggs ultimate flying out and providing a huge slow on top of what it usually provides. Now Poby in the bot lane, trying to
dangerous dive. They will get the kill, but can they get out cleanly? They actually more than get out cleanly. They get another kill. 2 kills to Yasuo. This Yasuo is the solo queue monster. This is not a competitive Yasuo. I've not seen a dominant Yasuo this dominant in a competitive game in ages. That's a 5-0 top lane Yasuo we are looking at in game number 5.
And all of a sudden there's a 5,000 gold difference, right? They get another double kill for the Yasuo, they get the turret as well. There was a salvaging roaming play by the side of Guman there to really help out Poby, who bought a decent amount of time, I gotta say, but at the end it really didn't mean much, as it was just 2 kills for the Yasuo anyway. He can tank the turret up surprisingly long and just heal back up with the lifesteal as soon as he touches a minion wave, and this Yasuo is already getting out of control. He's almost double the CS of Dahl in this top lane matchup. And you said, right, the lanes are only getting longer with these turrets in the side lane falling down, so Aurora cannot really walk up to the minion wave anymore and just farm it, because as soon as her own minion wave is close to it, the Yasuo will just come through, and Lancer would just all in and kill the Aurora.
Yeah, and it looks like the Yasuo is not really going for the hyper carry crit Yasuo fantasy build, the Disneyland build. Instead, he's going for the more secure, the higher HP total, the skirmisher bruiser Yasuo, which of course is not going to spike as heavily, but it is going to be very, very hard to kill, especially from this position he's in already. So right now, he's going to be a side laner. He's more like like an Olaf maybe, well, more than a traditional Yasuo, and he's gonna be a menace in the side lane, hard to catch, hard to kill, and even harder to deal with.
I'm just trying to figure out what these wind bows are trying to build here, because they cannot just ignore their passive entirely, which is something that they unfortunately can do.
Oh, they will, they will. No crit allowed today.
Eventually they will make crit items, I would assume, at least like the Infinity Edge.
Oh, they get on top of the Yasuo, but he's tanky, and he gets a huge Q, setting up his own ultimate. He still has to be careful. He goes down, huge shutdown to the Ziggs, and they can kill Quantum as well. On the other side, something is going down. I think it's just an objective, but that's another kill. Now, Yasuo is here. Can he at least get 1 revenge kill? Maybe even 2. There's 1 kill to the Yasuo and 1 kill to the Jhin. Still a good fight for T1, because they got the shutdown on Lancer, but they have to pay with their lives and an objective. Instantly, KDF uses the Rift Hold in the mid lane, So gold totals are not going to be very favorable for the side of T1.
I mean, they actually ended up being this one because it was such a huge shutdown that they got on the Yasuo. It is basically just swung the gold 1k in favor of T1 and also them surviving with this mid lane turret on like 100 HP, something that works for them as well. As Yona was picking up 1 kill at the backside of this fight, we actually see the strike breaker it is for the side of Yasuo to be finished, so he will just be a tiny bit more sticky, having one more CC spell and the strike breaker active, which can now work for him. And we've seen this fight just now though. If the Yasuo dies, a lot of gold is onto him. The fights look surprisingly close, despite T1 being down almost 5,000 gold. And they will eventually, probably due to the minion wave of the Jhin being close, lose this mid lane outer turret, which means a lot of map control being gone on T1's side. They lost the whole outer turret right now. And especially for champions like the Yasuo, like the Rune, these long lanes definitely benefit them. And champions that are supposed to be safe, like the Ziggs, like the Aurora, absolutely struggle to play into these.
Yeah, and this is one of the reasons why Yasuo, even though he is theoretically, from his just looking at his kit, at his damage output, at his mobility, he should be a really strong late game champion. In competitive, he has never really achieved this status. Maybe the closest was 2019 when he was played bot lane and could actually carry from the bot lane position in the late game. But most of the time, Yasuo is actually, he kind of falls off compared to traditional AD carries because he has to commit so much. And now he's under pressure again. He is the tanky Yasuo and he does get another ultimate. And here is the Sejuani. This time the tanky build is paying off and he will get at least one kill back. 1 for 1, Aurora gets a kill, Yasuo gets a kill, nothing much happened.
It's kind of fine for T1, I gotta say. When you're so far behind, you're probably happy with trading even against this Yasuo, even if you have to commit so many resources to do that. As long as Kwangdong, Freecs, Chen do not get much on the other side of the map, but right now it looks like Yona is at least pressuring this bot lane inner turret. He will get a huge chunk out of it. Probably will not finish the whole turret, or I think he will. Curtain call is coming out.
Careful. With the ultimate missing from the Yona, maybe he gets away. Nope, another kill secured by another Windbro. If Yasuo dies, then Yona picks up the slack. So it's really hard to deal with this composition. The more I look at this Sejuani double melee composition, the more I fall in love with it. Especially because these melee champs aren't just any melee champs. They have so much agency. They have so much potential to force skirmishes, even just by overextending, but all their mobility, all their damage, make it so potent, and we really see all the fruition it's coming to for KDF.
Absolutely. Here this recall will also get interrupted, which is Skuon, who's having a rough game so far, I gotta say. I mean, this probably misclicked Maokai Nature's Grasp ultimate we have seen might have cost them greatly in this game. And now we see Kwangdong Freecs denying this one thing that T1 had going for them, which is the Drake Soul Stack win condition, being denied for at least 5 minutes, with them picking up this Hextech Drake uncontested. And Hextech Drake is a great Drake to have if you want Yasuo and Yona on your side. Also, even the Jhin surprisingly working well with that fight, because he doesn't really get actual attack speed. He converts the attack speed to his AD ratios, so he will be a little more stronger in his 4th shots, especially with this Drake being taken down. And now Kwangdong Freecs gets a little bit more time as well to just get these side laners to really come to fruition and outfarm their opposition even more. Poby has kind of stabilized the mid lane matchup a little bit, but Dahl is definitely struggling on his Aurora. But he has surprisingly picked up a lot of kills. But here's the next team fight coming out.
Yeah, of course, T1 always has to be in a team fight. We have seen this team play a few games and they're always there. This is some AoE layering and the Yona goes down first now. It's time for Yasuo to pick up the slack. There's the knocker, but he doesn't actually want to go in. Lancer pretty low. He does have his ultimate available. Let's see, there's another engage and finally he goes in, goes very, very low. There's the kill on the Yasuo and in the end, KDF actually have to turn tail. They can't deal the damage necessary when both Wind Brothers die. It's still a Jhin. He can't hyper carry the team. He can provide CC, he can provide backup damage, but he can't be the one to kill everyone when both of the Yasuo and Yona combination die. So this time around, T1 actually managed to kill both of them and win the team fight.
It's kind of like the downside of this Yasuo-Yona composition, but they are fully ahead and the rest of the team kinda isn't, right? They go in and deal an absurd amount of damage, but they also tend to die when they go in. So eventually it will just be Bull having to pick up the slacks of the teamfight, and he's a Jhin, as you said. He can't just classically hyper carry a teamfight front to back with the remainder that are after it. So T1 still has winning chances in those fights as long as they get one of those Wind Brothers down. This time they actually got both of them down. It was still a close fight, which is the consequence of T1 falling behind so far. It's skirmish. But
Now we
gotta
finally
say
have some
though,
crit. Sorry.
they were
Go
down
ahead.
5k gold and now it's 3.5k. So they are getting closer to even. And even if they wouldn't be, even if the gold gap would just stay the same, relatively speaking, they are still like coming closer to the power spike that Kwangdong Freecs are in. And their own power spikes are also starting to begin, right? Aurora is on 2 items now despite struggling. Wukong close to finishing. The second item with the black cleaver being close to being in its inventory. And they will definitely start to deal damage as long as they can get their angles in these fights.
Oh, for sure. The game is way closer than it looked a few minutes ago. The Yasuo has been shut down multiple times now, and this is the typical point where the Yasuo, it's really hard to play Yasuo, even from ahead. He is a squishy champion, no matter what you build, even if you build tank items. The champion is just not designed to be very tanky. He's pretty squishy. He's very slippery, but once you lock him down, he goes down rather quickly. So now they have to find a different approach. But in the meantime, T1 is looking for the next engage. Reckless and Guwon, they are thirsting for more blood. Can they find some here? These are only the supporting cast, but still, KDF takes the fight and Reckless goes down super low. And there's the last shot on Reckless. Now Guwon in trouble. Guwon very close to the Baron too, so if they kill him here, they can instantly run the Baron. Guwon has to get out somehow, but I don't think he will. That's 2 kills over the KDF. There's the ultimate from Aurora, but she locked herself in now. She's on the other side. Where's she going? Aurora just dancing around, and now finally the Yona is on her track. Can she? Yeah, she can be killed, but there's Poby. This is absolute chaos all across the top side of the map, but in the end, KDF win a team fight right next to Baron and are turning to the purple monster.
And it was a 4-for-1 exchange for the side of Kwangdong Freecs Challengers, and start off with just a pick out towards Reckless and Guwon, who were close there with Smash, and the problem was Kwangdong Freecs Challengers competition could just start to bruise onto them and just slowly chip them down by only Smash could return the fire, and Smash is an AD carry. He's a Zig. He can throw a bomb or 2 on those, and he will deal some damage, but not enough to really threaten the kill, and this led to them just picking up 2 quick kills, and the aftermath was just a curtain call, really firing through the corridor, managing to make the fight even worse for the side of T1. Aurora almost making an outplay there, but not quite enough to really make a difference over there. So it was a 4-for-1 to the side of Kwangdong Freecs, only dropping Quantum, who basically expected to die in fights like these and is absolutely ready to do exactly that, as the Baron recall just barely comes through to the side of the Yasuo from Lancer. Very important not to give away a shutdown or anything like these. Actually, he doesn't have a shutdown. But regardless of that, it's Baron for the side of Kwangdong Freecs. They are 7,000 gold ahead, and T1 now need to rely on Kwangdong Freecs to make huge mistakes.
Yeah, they need more miracle team fights in their own jungle. They need more picks on one of the Wind Brothers. But it gets harder and harder. The further the enemy team advances, the smaller the map becomes for yourself, right? So there are fewer pockets of vision where you can try to set up traps. There are fewer bushes you can try to 5-stack. So if you're compressed into your own base, there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to hide. There's nowhere to trap. So they have to find a way to do something to get back into this game soon. Otherwise, it's gonna be doomed, especially once everyone hits the side lane, because who is gonna answer this Yona? Who's gonna answer this Yasuo?
The answer is no, I'm afraid. And for now, T1 definitely just needs to hope on mistakes from Kwangdong Freecs Challengers to really punish him. For now, at least, like, their objective bounties up, as we see the Drake now spawning, Curtain Call being used to dawn them away from this tier 2 mid lane turret, which can be cleared away with ease from Kwangdong Freecs Challenger's side, and they can just keep the pressure up, right? They have Baron buff, they have winning side lanes, even like Bull, Courage, and Quantum with a 3-man squad could work well. As for now, Bull is kinda isolated, but it probably won't matter much, as they also take down this top lane inner turret, and are accelerating close to the 10k gold mark. The game is considered to be over at this point more often than not, and at this stage I would also agree that it will be pretty over. Despite their comp at times not being that easy to play with the Yasuo in the composition, they are just so far ahead that T1 probably just can't do anything. They just lack the damage to really kill anyone who's overstepping right now.
And actually, can we take a second to think about what actually happened in the series? We had a fearless draft for 4 games, and in game number 5, KDF pull out Yona, Yasuo, Sejuani. In the game where fearless wasn't a thing, so we actually got to see the Wind Brother combination, which is so seldomly seen in pro play because both of these champions occupy the same kind of identity and role in Game 5, where all the champions were available. I think that shows a lot of courage for KDF. It's a crazy draft, it's very risky, but they executed it beautifully in this game and are close to actually winning the series 3-2 against T1 Academy. But
Look,
Quantum
he's
has to
okay.
escape. Yeah, it looks like he's
Yeah.
fine.
Or do they really have to escape? I was worried for Reckless and Guwon for a second, because if they actually get found out by the side of Kwangdong's challengers, they can't really prevent themselves from getting engaged on in any shape or form, because they deal virtually no damage to the opposition of Kwangdong Freecs. And here we see Bull clearing out the wave with a static shift on the Jin. Very easy to just wave clear offensively, and the waves are slowly pushing in towards T1. Currently they have Lancer in the side lane, the bot lane being pushed away. And Poby can try to at least defend against him to some extent, as Wukong at least has some chances against him. So it's getting harder and harder with the waves. If they are probably synced, it will be very hard for T1 to defend this one. But Kwangdong Freecs probably just wait around for maybe the next Baron to spawn and then retreat towards that area. The vision on the side of T1 looks of course far from stellar, as they are forced to stay inside their base and turtle and hope for somebody on Kwangdong Freecs' side to overstep. And so far, this just isn't happening.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a downside of the triple melee top side and melee support as well. You can't really hit towers, ever. Like, it's virtually impossible for you to step up to the inhibitor towers, so it has to be either Baron minions or a teamfight dive, or something like slow split pushing, advancing the battle lines, and slowly but surely chipping away at the tower like they're doing here, but that's a very slow process. As you can see, the tower took like 200-300 damage, and now finally they get another wave on top of the tower, but instantly Poby engages. They want to discourage this one. Another big knock-up. That's a lot of knock-ups on the side of KDF. They get the Yasuo in there, but he's very low. Now Yona is here. Poby chasing down the Yasuo. Lancer against Poby. Okay, Bull with another kill, and there's a lot of chaos going on. KDF turned this around, and the Jin has finally scaled into a pretty big threat. Can they finish the game here? Bot lane, inhibitor open. Nexus is going to be opened up, but they are only on 2 pushing champions. I'm not quite sure if they can finish the game, but they can get 2 inhibitors.
They can get 2 inhibitors. The Dix is still alive, so he can probably wave clear quite a bit here. So the game is not over yet, but of course the doors are closing in on T1, that they lost another fight. And I'm actually not that impressed by Kwangdong Freecs Challengers' ability to really siege this base on the side of T1. For being 10k ahead, they had quite some trouble here, really syncing up the waves and getting any winning angle on, especially with those winning side laners. This should be a bit more easy than it actually was, but it was still enough to really win this fight at this bot lane inhibitor turret. Because of Bull's curtain call flank, there was a lot to do, and also the engage by the side of Tongyun on the Yone made it hard for the side of T1 to really find anything. And even the isolated moments where Kwangdong Freecs Challengers was maybe caught by T1, T1 just didn't have the damage to finish anyone off. So Kwangdong Freecs could just play it safely, get one kill after the other, and get towards this Nexus turrets.
Okay,
Yeah, maybe the last
on top of Bull. Bull very low. Bull is going to be shut down here. There it is. Kill over to the Rakan, but now Yona is here. Yona has to escape. The next one is Lancer. He's in the circle. He can't get out of there. He's so tanky. He's still alive. And now he gets a huge ultimate, but finally shut down by Smash. They are advancing. T1 with a chance. They have 2 inhibitors that are downed in their own base, but if they can get the Baron, they can buy so much time. The Baron is the big objective on the map.
Baron is the big objective on the map, as you said, and it's Curage still alive, but maybe not enough wiggle room for him to really go close towards the Baron. He should be able to be zoned off by the side of T1, but T1 so far aren't really doing much against him, which is kind of worrying if you are a T1 fan, as he can just Arctic Assault over. Now they are trying to do something about him. Reckless is there to get the CC going. He has Flash, but he doesn't have ultimate. Grand entrance is
Courage a bit early.
He's in the pit! He's in the pit.
This is going to be a smite fight, but it goes over to T1. But in the meantime, Tongyun, he's trying to finish the game. He doesn't want to wait. He's on the Nexus Tower. There's a TP. Can they stop the TP? The Sidrani stop the TP. It's just a 1-for-1. Tongyun has to finish this 1v1 against Dahl, but he can't. He can't win the fight against Aurora. He has to disengage. He got both of the Nexus Towers. Open Nexus now on T1 side, but they are still alive, and they're gonna kill the Yona on the other side. What is happening to Guwon? Guwon caught here for T1, so they don't have 5 Baron buffs remaining, but they did shut down Kwangdong on the bottom there, and they are going to buy themselves so much time.
And Kwangdong Freecs challengers kind of losing their minds in this fight. It goes on way too risky for them. I mean, it was just Bull being picked off in the mid lane, and then later on also Lancer falling because he tried to go for the hero Yasuo last breath ultimate, but then just also going down, which led towards T1 going in for the Baron, but that was also not quite as cleanly played as it was actually Courage managing to get into the pit, which should never happen. Still, objective secured by the side of Guwon. He gets the bounty as well for his team and some Baron buffs as some players managed to escape from this play. But then Kwangdong Freecs challengers tried to hard force it by just going for the Nexus directly and stopping recalls. And they actually got 2 Nexus turrets but lost so many lives as a result of that. And a game that should have been cleanly in their favor now is at least somewhat playable by T1's side as they are down only like 6,000, 7,000 gold where they should have been in an even worse position. The game should have been over by now. But now they came back quite a bit amount of gold, and they still have Baron buff. They can maybe get some structures, get some standing gold, and get more objective bounties.
Yeah, and I think if KDF end up losing this game, we should definitely take another look at Poby's attempt there to push the Nexus. Because in my opinion, if he just focused on killing Dal, and he can definitely do that as a Yona, with all the minions streaming into the base, double super minion wave, no, actually just one super minion, but 2 waves, hitting the Nexus towers. If he kills Dahl, he can fully focus on the Nexus with the minions in tow. I think he can finish the game there. So I think he tunnel visioned on just killing the towers and maybe trying to end the game while Dahl was harassing him. But I think if he just kills Dahl, he has a better chance of doing that. So maybe a costly mistake. Of course, it's double elimination, so even if they lose here, they can get revenge later on in the week, but still, you would want to win the first best of 5, especially after being in that kind of position.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if this is somehow lost by Kwangdong Freecs challengers, it's definitely something that can be considered a heavy throw by them. I mean, 10,000 gold was their lead. They had absolutely a winning position here. And now, I mean, it's still a winning position. Let's just be honest, right? It's unnecessarily close for what it should have been, but they are still 7,000 gold up. They have an open Nexus on the other side. And the TP mission to kill 2 Nexus turrets and then die might still end up being worth for them. What I'm criticizing is just that they took unnecessary risks, and that's something that shouldn't happen in the game where you are up so far and basically have the other team at your mercy. And now it went from like a 1 in 1,000 chance for T1 to 1 in 100 chance to come back in this game, and that's absolutely unnecessary. That's why I'm not convinced by Kwangdong Freecs challenges whatsoever in this 5th game. Gotta say though, it's kind of remarkable, right, that the double crit brother composition comes out in the game 5 where everything was open again. This is something you would rather expect in a game 4 where they are like virtually 40 champions banned.
Exactly, and the mid lane Wukong as well. Someone in chat pointed this out as well. Of course, yeah, that's quite the curveball as well in a normal draft. But actually, I want to talk about the 2 crit brothers because so far, especially in the teamfights they've lost, think about the last one in the top side jungle. One of the big problems Kwangdong Freecs is actually having in these teamfights is that both of the Yona and Yasuo, they don't go in together. It's mostly Yona goes in, then gets focused, goes out again at like 200, 300 HP, and then Yasuo comes in, gets focused, maybe dies, or goes down to 200 HP. If they both went in at the same time, they could wreak so much havoc, they could deal so much damage, and it would be so hard to focus one of them down. So I feel like this is one of the big problems KDF is facing right now. They need to find a way to get both of their crit hyper carries in there, in the back line, and do stuff together.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's just sad that you don't really see the brothers playing together, right? I mean, what kind of family even is that? Either way, kind of funny also that they are both at 7-5 in the scoreline and also building similar item builds, right? As we see, it's actually Pyongyang trying to get tanky by going for the shield bow option and also Lancer following on this road. As long as they get to hit stuff and aren't hard CC, they can probably just heal up so much HP as they have blade and shield bow. It's definitely something that makes them virtually tanky for quite a bit in the fight. But of course, not something they can easily stand up against a Wukong just destroying you with his cup. And also Aurora being there for the guaranteed damage of the double Q activation and the 6 throwing bombs at you. I mean, you have the wind wall and you have some general slipperiness, but it's definitely something that takes some skill to pilot, as we have seen Kwangdong Freecs challengers securing their 3rd Hextech Drake of the game, potentially going for the Hextech Soul in 5 minutes, but it shouldn't really take that long, as we don't know the Drake timers and the Baron timers for now. So Mr. Spoot, thank you very much
still quite a few minutes away, so there's a little bit of downtime, which T1 earned with their courageous Baron move. But I'm also a little bit skeptical if this is really the correct build choice there for especially for Yasuo. I think he's building a little too tanky in my opinion, because at some point tanky stats give diminishing returns, and especially in a composition like this where he is one of the main protagonists, he's one of the main DPS sources of his team. His ADC is a Jhin. And it's a strong Jhin. It's a high Jhin with a lot of items, but still, the Yasuo has to be the one who auto-attacks a lot. So I feel like he went a little too tanky. He is not the main tank of the team. We still have 2 tanks who can actually frontline for you. And I feel like at some point he should have opted into a few more crit items to actually pose a threat of one-shotting opponents when he gets on top of them. Not just being annoying and staying there forever, but also actually dealing significant damage.
It's a bit paradox, right? It's sometimes safer to just build more damage because you actually end up killing the opposition when ulting in. And he just now went Jaksho, which I think this might just be fine because it's just a lot of resistances and still has like this one damage component in the unique passive. And resistances are very effective with high lifesteal builds because every HP you actually do lifesteal is end up being more worth, as it just gets multiplied by the resistances to get your effective HP. So I will just hold that for a second and let him cook a little bit and see whether this will be effective or not. You will see. I think what's kind of lucky for T1 is the following thing. The timers of the potential Hextech Soul Drake and the Baron are very close together. So they might end up, despite being so far behind and having an open access, be able to at least trade one of those objectives. Maybe take the Drake, deny the Soul, get on Soul point yourself and just give away one Baron. And maybe Kwangdong Freecs cannot close it out in the duration of that Baron. And then we are in for a very long ride of a potentially close game again, or drop the Hextech Soul, which is very risky in my opinion, but at least get the Baron as a surprisingly high consolation prize, and then use that Baron to at least defend for a few more minutes, get to scale higher on your own carries, and maybe one Miracle Ziggs Mega Inferno Bomb can win you the game, as the Ziggs is now also just now approached full build, so then there would be some chances for them. So these close timers definitely benefit them in some way, but the onus is still on Kwangdong Freecs challengers to throw this game and use their advantage to secure these neutral objectives safely.
And I actually think right now T1 is in a decent state. So even though KDF is still far ahead and they still are probably the probability is probably still on their side to win the game. I think T1 is looking at their champions. They're looking at full build Ziggs, they're looking at 4 item Wukong, they're looking at 3.5 item Aurora, and they're thinking to themselves, well, we have the late game champs, we can definitely win this game. Especially Smash, with a very good performance, hasn't died a single time and is dishing out so much damage in these fights. And think about the bomb field for Ziggs, his E. How are Yasuo and Yona gonna deal with all that passive damage, with the slow, with the extra burn from the Morellos and so on? Not the burn, but the heal reduction. So the Ziggs is actually causing quite a little bit of a headache from KDF, and I think KDF is just gonna say, well, we want to fight against monsters instead. Can Lancer make it out? His team is at Baron. These 2 champions might not be able to actually kill him, but he's running away and now the teleport is coming in. Is KDF making a grave mistake? I'm not so sure about this play. Lance is here. He got out of the ultimate, but now his brother is in trouble. Or is he? He is super strong. Look at Kwangdong. Kwangdong is just 1v2ing on the backside there. He might be able to kill them, but now he has to snap back. Where's Yasuo going? Actually, in the direction of T1's base. He still has to escape as his team is already in the base. And it's falling apart for T1. They messed up. They're engaged. They gave the Baron for free. Now Lancer, he's at the Baron. The Baron, the Nexus is open. Remember, the Nexus is open. That's the
Bull is dead.
Okay, the Nexus drops down, but there's another kill. Where's Yona? Will Yona try it again? KDF, no, you could have just played it slowly, but instead they gave 3 kills over. The Nexus is still there, and T1, they have recovered. They are pinging the enemy towers. Can they run it down mid lane?
I think they probably can't run it down mid lane as far as they can end the game themselves, but there's definitely a lot of shutdown and structure god that they are applying right now, and also on the upside for them, they didn't just solo loot the game. It wasn't as bad as that, but it's kind of struggling to see Kwangdong Freecs challengers not rewarding themselves for their outplays, as we just now saw Lancer escaping that play, trying to escape through the front door. Sejuani, not the best Nexus taker, I dare say.
Yeah,
But
no.
I mean, if she's getting ignored, she might actually go for it. I mean, it was only a half HP Nexus. The Nexus regions a little bit, but not that far. And recall canceling looks decent for the side of KDF challengers, and
Oh,
she's
he
going for
has
it
the
with a
courage
TP.
to go for the end, but I'm not sure I like this play. There's a teleport coming in. This is just a Sejuani. She has negative damage. There's another teleport, though. That's Lancer. He is going to come with damage, and the Sejuani actually just killed Smash. What is happening there on top of the Nexus? And the Nexus is going
I
down
know
very
it.
quickly. T1 is lost.
They actually managed to do it. Sejuani damage vastly underestimated by us, at least not towards the Nexus, but towards Smash, who just straight up got killed there. Another TP by the side of Lancer, and Lancer, the one to finish it all off, the one who definitely finished off T1 in the Wise performance, and also this time on the Yasuo, absolutely putting down in the dirt on this Aurora pick. And I'd said just seconds ago that I hated to see Kwangdong Freecs challengers not rewarding themselves for their outplays. And yeah, at the end of the day, they kind of still did. It didn't look it looked very funny, right? It didn't look too clean, but it looked very funny. And Kwangdong Freecs challengers win the series 3-2 after a devastating level 1 fight yet again. But at the end of the day, Lancer was just better.
Wow, that ending was crazy. And Courage, I think, lived up to his name. I mean, I didn't think he had
Absolutely.
anything there, but of course he brings wards with him, and he just wanted to get in there, not to kill the Nexus, but he wanted to ward there so his top laner could TP. I completely overlooked that. And yeah, of course, when the Yasuo came in, it was game over. T1 just too far overextended. They forgot about their open Nexus. And open Nexus is always such a hard thing to come back from because the enemy team has so many plays that they normally wouldn't have. Just running into the base with a Sejuani of all things and finishing the game there. What a way to finish this 5-game series. What a start to the knockout phase. T1 fought tooth and nail to come back into this game, to come back into the series and win against KDF. But in the end, KDF challenges the stronger team on the day. They win 3-2.
I wonder though if they actually forgot about the open Nexus or if they just didn't see like a realistic chance in other way to really win this game, right? Because I mean, it was a Sejuani mostly just pushing for the Nexus, and then the Yasuo TPing in. Maybe they thought they just had the best chance to just go for the push and quickly kill the Yone, then recall, and then try to defend it. But ultimately, it just wasn't possible for them. I think the game was in the bag for Kwangdong Freecs challengers way longer than we just now saw, and ultimately they just found one of the 20 ways to end this game. Ultimately, the T1 Academy played a close series, maybe closer than initially expected against KDF, and they still have the lower bracket chance, of course, but so far, I mean, it looks doable, but they are far from the favorites to really climb back towards those top spots.
Yeah, and this was our introduction to 2 of the 4 teams who are contending for the title. It was LCK Challengers seed number 3, KDF Challengers who ended up winning, and T1 Esports Academy, which is seed number 4. Tomorrow we are actually going to meet the 2 teams that are probably the favorites for the title, KT Challengers and DK Challengers. Both of these, of course, dominated the LCK Challengers scene. So those are the teams that are definitely the favorites for the title, especially KT. So come back tomorrow to learn more about those 2 teams, and then we are going to have games every single day till Sunday where the final is going to happen. So if you are anticipating Worlds and you want something to watch, come here again. We are going to run all these best of 5s back to back to back, and of course it's fearless draft time. So more crazy champions tomorrow. Thank you all for watching. Thank you, Crincy, for being here with me, and the biggest thanks of all, of course, to Spoods, who
Thank you,
produced and
Spoods.
observed. Thank you so much, Spoods. See you tomorrow. Have a great day.